Oh, whew. What is up, everybody? What's up, Debbie? Good to see you in here, Debbie. Excuse me. As always, great to see you, brother. One man show. Great to see you, brother. As always, man. Really great to see you in here. Hope all is well with both of you. With Debbie, the one man show. Hope you all are doing great. Hope you all are doing great. It's a beautiful night here in Chicago. A beautiful night in Chicago here. Hopefully, it's a beautiful night where all of you guys are at, too. Hope it's a beautiful night. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that one man show. It is. It is a great lesson. It is a very cool lesson. I did just see that you commented on my previous live stream regarding the spheres of um, of Earth, whatever. So um, appreciate you though being in here, brother. Highly appreciate that, man. So, but yeah, last one. If we did get a chance to check it out, it's pretty cool. We give like 10, 15 minutes before we really jump in because I didn't set it up like I didn't put it out there. I didn't schedule the stream, so I just jumped in. So give people time to jump in. So give people time, and as you can see from the top left corner, oh, this would be a 5,000 sub stream as well. So independent 5,000 subs here. So that's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Really close. Really close to 5K. So yeah, I give like 10 15 minutes for people to roll in. Maybe 20 or so. So we'll just chat here. Chit chat here for a little bit. Since I did not. Since I didn't schedule it, so. Since I did not schedule it out. Oh. But thank you to everybody who is watching on Facebook. Thank you to everybody who was watching on Kick. Thank you to everybody being in here from YouTube. Thank you to everybody being in here from Twitch. You all are awesome. Very happy and excited um, to be here with all of you. So yeah, a very good night here in Chicago. Again, hopefully y'all are having a great night. Great to see you, Libby. Libby is in here. Great to see Libby in here, as always. Sister in Christ. So very great encourager, very great supporter. So lots of good stuff there. So but again, if you're just joining, I'm gonna give like about another 15 minutes or so for people to join in, come in. Then we'll start. Uh, then we will start. But nonetheless, too, like you can see up in the top left corner of your screen, this is also going to be a 5K sub stream. So getting really close to 5K here. Only a few away from 5K. So pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stream. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stream. Pretty cool all of that. So it's going to be a great stream. Great time. So again, awesome. It's gonna be an awesome stream. Again, going to eclipse 5,000 subscribers. So pretty awesome stuff. So hope you all are having a excuse me. Hope you all are having a great weekend. Enjoying the weekend. Yeah. So it's gonna be awesome here. Yeah, should hit the 5K sub here pretty shortly. So um the way you see in the top corner updates in tens, like by every tens. So I'm actually only a few away from 5,000. So should go to 5,000 here in the next couple hours or so when it comes to that. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, man. The yawning and the yawning and the yawning. So, um, but nonetheless, yes, it's gonna be a great stream. It's gonna be a great time. For those of you who were in here, for my last for the past stream, the last stream, um, appreciate y'all being in here. Hope you all enjoyed it. And if you haven't yet, please like and please subscribe. Please share if you are not subscribed or whatever yet. So, um, but yes, but please like. It really helps me out. But it really helps grow my channel and the algorithm out. So, pretty awesome stuff. Pretty awesome stuff. So excited here to hit 5,000 subs here really shortly. Really excited to teach you guys on this lesson. This is actually a lesson that was requested. It was already in the pipeline, but this is a lesson that was requested by Omni. So really, I'm waiting for Omni too to get in here as well. I don't have any way of contacting him, um, but I did tell him it was going to be the next stream. So hopefully he can make it in here. I'm gonna give him like again. I was gonna give anyways like another 10 minutes or so. So uh, what's up? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Get two boy. Yeah. No, two bowls, please. Yes. Thank you. Love you. Love you. Thank you. But yeah. So so again, Omni is the one who requested this. Again, this lesson was in the pipeline. Um so hopefully he will be in here shortly. So I don't have a way unless he's on unless he is in Discord. Let me check. Looks like we got coffee in here. Thank you, coffee, for joining. Appreciate that. Great to see you, coffee. Thank you for being in here. Appreciate all y'all being in here. Again, thank you for being in here. Hope y'all are having a great weekend. Hope y'all are having a great night wherever you're at, all across the globe, all across the world. So, great topic tonight. Gonna learn some layers of the ocean, as well as some ocean facts. Um, some really cool stuff. So maybe stuff that you already know, maybe stuff you don't. But either way, I appreciate you being in here and giving me your time and your attention. I appreciate that. So when it comes to that, like always, I am waiting for again. We'll get here about another 10 minutes or so, 8 to 10 minutes, and then I am looking for Omni. So I gotta see if I can find Omni. Yeah, again, gonna give it like another 7 minutes or so. Then we started. So it's gonna be a great topic. Gonna be a lot of fun stuff. But I hope Omni does end up showing up. He is the one that did request this lesson. Appreciate everybody on Facebook, everybody on YouTube, everybody on Kick, everybody on Twitch. Welcome all in to John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. Appreciate that very much. So, um, appreciate y'all being here. John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. We are growing. We are growing as a community. We are growing together as a channel, as a community, as everything. So, a lot of great stuff going on. Lots and lots of great stuff. So, a lot of great stuff. Again, hope y'all are having a great evening, a great weekend. Um, there is a came out earlier today, a little earlier today. There is a PDS severe thunderstorm watch for South Dakota, for the majority of South Dakota. Um, for basically when they put the PDS watches out, it's basically for they're basically forecasting possibly a derecho event or upwards to about 100 miles per hour wind. Um, so there is a PDS turn. There's I'm sorry. There is a PDS severe thunderstorm watch currently in place for pretty much pretty much the majority of South Dakota. So so quite a bit. So some storms have fired up there, but most likely we'll be ramping up here in the next couple hours. And so hopefully there won't be any derecho event, or there won't be any windbag events. So because that wind, they're predicting some very very fierce EF1 type winds. So that is some pretty intense wind there. But that would be straight line wind. So um, good luck on your move, Coffee. Appreciate that, man. Good luck to you and your family. Yeah, me. I know that because me and my wife and our family, we just moved into our new house back in January of this year. So we've only been in our house for a little over 6 months now. So definitely know uh, what it's like to go through that. So hopefully everything goes good, goes great with that as you plan the move, do the move, go through all that. So, but it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun though. It is a lot of fun. So, uh, and we are blessed. I mean, thankfully, we were very blessed. We were very blessed to only have to move, or only that when I mean the house we found was only about 2 or 3 blocks away from our old home, from our old house. So we didn't have to move very far. So that was a huge blessing. So uh, when it comes to that, so welcome in, Lisa. Great to see you in here, Lisa. Appreciate you being here. Very, very awesome stuff. Very awesome stuff. So, Lisa, thank you very much. A dear sister in Christ, thank you so much for always your support and your encouragement. Gonna give about 3 more minutes here. Still waiting for Omni. I mean, he'll just have to watch it back or something. But he did again. Omni, if you guys know Omni Black, I think is what he goes by in here. Uh, he did request this topic, but likewise, this topic was already in the pipeline. I just moved it up in the pipeline so to tonight. So and I did tell him, I did say, hey, the next stream I do will be on the zones or slash layers of the ocean. So again, this is some cool stuff. Maybe stuff that you guys might know. Maybe stuff you don't know. Either way, hopefully you'll learn, and hopefully we'll learn from each other. So gotta find Omni. We gotta put some sort of APB out for Omni. So um, so we get him in here. So Um, I did see he is in Pastor John's Discord. Um, wonder if I get a hold of him through Discord here real quick. Let me see if I can. He put on a be. Yes, right. Coffee on it. Be on the lookout for. Yes, absolutely. Put a bolo out for him for sure. Absolutely. All right. I was able to get a hold of him, so hopefully he will be in here shortly. So hopefully we'll see him in here shortly. So give it. I just give like 2 more minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll start. So I'm not gonna hold you guys up. Um, but I did get a hold of him on Discord here, so hopefully he'll be jumping in. That's right. That's right, Coffee. I did get a hold of him on Discord, so I told him to come join in. So if he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But nonetheless, I'm not gonna hold you guys up. Again, I give it uh about 2 minutes. So about 2 minutes. So yeah, it's gonna be a great topic. Going to be really a bunch of great stuff. Coffee says always up for a snack. Yes, I agree with that statement. I definitely agree with that statement. Definitely so. Awesome. Looks okay. Awesome. Looks like we got Omni in here now. Awesome, brother. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being in here. Great stuff. Great stuff. So, with that, again, like I said, Omni is the one that, again, requested this lesson. Um, like I said, it was already in the pipeline, but again, I just moved it up in the pipeline to be number one. So it's gonna be a great lesson. Uh, so again, feel free to ask any type of questions, comments, concerns, anything. So please put them in the chat. And welcome in Olivera, for being here. Thank you so much. Appreciate you for subscribing. So pushes really close again to 5,000. So should go over 5,000 during the stream here. So should definitely hit 5,000 during the stream. So welcome in again, Oliveria, for subscribing. Awesome stuff. So with that being said, you guys are all awesome. Let's kick it off. Let's get into it. So again, like always, first and foremost, always give glory, honor, and praise to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for saving me, for being the center, of my life, for being the foundation of my life, for allowing this to happen, for His love and for His mercy and for His grace, for His kindness, for everything that He stands for everything that He is. So very blessed, very thankful again for His love and for His mercy and for His grace. It is by Him and through Him that all of this is able to happen. None of this is able to happen without Him, first of all, and none of it is able to happen without you guys, second of all. So you guys are, again, you guys make all this happen as well. But again, first and foremost, always praise, honor, and glory to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So it is the best and most important relationship that you will ever have in your life. So, if you do not know Jesus as your Lord and personal Savior, please reach out to me and I can point you in the right direction. Please reach out to somebody in chat and they can point you in the right direction. Um, Again, it is not us who save you, it is Jesus who saves you through your faith and through your faith alone. And it is Jesus who saves you um, by himself. It's not us. We don't have any saving powers. We cannot save you. So we can only be good stewards and lead you in the right direction and point you in the right direction. So, um, but again, thank you all for being in here. It's very great, very great. Is a very very great topic. Very thankful for all of you. So we're gonna look at the layers of the ocean. We're gonna look at some ocean facts. We're actually gonna look at what the heck even is an ocean. You know, there's an ocean, sea, all these other stuff, gulfs, bays, whatever. What is an ocean? Like, what the heck even is it? Uh, uh and you know, so, but yeah, we'll look at that. We'll look at some cool facts. We will look at some cool stuff. So, we will actually play a cool game where we explore the ocean together. So that's gonna be pretty cool. So we'll take a look at that. We'll do some of that game together, um, and we will explore the ocean together. Again, if you have not studied this before, if you have not learned about this before, um, it'll obviously be new to you. And if you already learned about it, you know, refresh and you know, appreciate you being here as well. So let's go. Let's get started. So appreciate again all y'all being here. All right, layers of the ocean. So what are layers of the ocean? So layers of the ocean, they're also called zones. There are 5 of them, and we will get into all 5 of the zones. So it's as you go deeper in the ocean, um, there are 5 zones. Sometimes they call them layers, but they're mainly known as zones. And so to just put all this to understanding is the ocean. So when we talk about the ocean is one long continuous body. There is not any separate oceans. It's like there is one world ocean. So you think about if you were to remove all of the land out of off of the globe, it would just be water underneath all of the land and next to the land and everything else. So the ocean is not there's not multiple oceans. There's only one ocean, but it's subdivided into parts. So when we subdivide it into parts, that's where we get the Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean. So we subdivide it, really by geography, but there is only one ocean. It's only one body of water. That's all it is. It's not broken down. It's not. It doesn't like stop at certain geography places and things of that. It is continuously flowing. It is what is known as one world. It's known as a world ocean, and there's only one. So then the one ocean, the world ocean gets broken down into five geographical or subdivision, bodies of water, which we know as the Pacific Ocean, we know as the Atlantic Ocean, we know as the Indian Ocean, we know as the Southern Ocean, and we know as the Arctic Ocean. So again, there's only one. There's only one ocean. There's only one body of water. But again, we break it down in the weather community. We break it down into 5 subdivisions of the ocean, and then inside of the oceans are seas. And then seas are subdivided into the oceans, and then we just keep going. Um, more and more down into the layer of the onion. So think about the layer of the onion, right? Think about an onion, how an onion has layers. The very top layer would be the ocean. Everything else that you would see inside of the rest of the onion would be inside of the ocean. So the ocean is is, again, there's only one ocean. It's just a world ocean. It is one continuous body of water that is constantly in motion. So again, so that's a little explanation of that, of what's going on. So when somebody says, well, the Pacific and the Atlantic are different from each other, no, it is actually the same body of water. Might be difference in a little bit of temperature and things like that. But as far as being a whole separate, different body of water, it is not. They are all the same body of water, just in different parts of that body of water. So it's pretty cool stuff. If you didn't know, you can tell somebody that. So pretty cool when it comes to that. All right, so the world ocean covers more than 70% or 2/3 of the Earth's total surface area. So, a 97% of all its water. So when you look at the ocean, right, just the whole ocean, the one big ocean. So all the 5 oceans as we know them, but again, it's one ocean. In that whole body of water is 97% of all of Earth's water. So when we're talking about, again, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, Arctic Ocean, Southern Ocean. So the world ocean, it's known as a world ocean. So I will say, when I say world ocean, you guys will be able to know that it's just a whole body of water. So the world ocean contains 97% of all of Earth's water. All the other 3% come from our lakes, our streams, rivers, everything else that is pretty much landlocked and inside of land and inside of everything else. So the only 3% of all the other water on Earth is only from again, lakes, streams, rivers, all the other types of bodies of water that is not the ocean. So 97% is what again, 97% of the Earth's water comes from the world ocean. So huge number, right? I mean, that's basically almost all of the water. So again, so some science journals or stuff will say sometimes it's 71% of Earth's total surface. Some will say 70, but I always just use 70. 70 is just the number to go off of. So the world ocean contains 70% of all of the Earth's total surface area. So pretty cool fact here. So just how the Pacific Ocean gets subdivided. You could fit all of the land mass. So all of the land mass across the whole world. If you put all the land masses together and you connected them and everything else, you could actually fit all of them inside of the Pacific Ocean. So just that subdivision of the Pacific Ocean, that's how big the Pacific Ocean gets subdivided. So pretty cool stuff there. We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk a little bit again about some facts there. But that is just how big just the subdivided of the Pacific Ocean is. So again, it is a massive continuous salt water. And remember, this is a key part. It is salt water. So it's saltwater body measuring almost let's say 362 million square kilometers. The ocean is so large that oceanographers estimate less than 20% has been explored to date. And we'll actually take a look. I do have an article from NOAA pulled up, so we'll actually take a look at that a little bit more in depth when it comes to that. So we'll take a look a little bit more in depth about how much has actually been explored. So 5 different basins comprise the world ocean. So yeah, they call them basins. They call them geographical divisions. So Pacific, Atlantic, Indian, Southern, and the Arctic. With an averaging of 3,700 meters depth, the ocean is divided into several zones. The process of dividing it into layers is called ocean layering. So this is where we get into the layers of the ocean. And but again, that gives you an overview of what the actual ocean is. Again, it is not The Pacific Ocean is not different from the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantic Ocean is not different from the Indian Ocean. It is one continuous body of water. Again, just given a different name in different geographical locations. So that might help you out understand exactly what is going on here. And remember, it is in constant motion. It's constantly flowing. It doesn't stop. It is in constant motion. So we will dive into what are the different layers of the ocean. Well, for the ease of oceanographic studies, experts have divided the world ocean into five main layers or zones based on their depth from the surface. Each layer has different temperatures, amount of light, and living creatures inhabiting them. The layers are listed below. So, again, five layers in the ocean here. So there is the epipelagic zone, which is known as the sunlight zone. So that's just the top zone. So we're starting from the top of the surface, and we're working all the way down to the trenches, to the very bottom of the ocean. So there is a mesopelagic zone, which is called the twilight zone. There is a bathypelagic zone called the midnight zone. There is a abyssopelagic zone called the abyss. It's not really a fun name, is it? And there is the hadatopelagic zone called, which is basically the trenches. So, and as you will see, as we go down, we will see different layers and see what kind of creatures actually live and can survive in these different layers. Because remember, as you go deeper and deeper into the ocean, you start getting squished by by weight. So pounds per square inch, right? So the further you go down into the ocean, you are being squished, you're being crunched, because you are being squeezed by all of that weight of the water that is around you. So the deeper you go, the more weight gets pressed upon your body. So there's only a certain depth that really humans can actually reach without really being, with no capsule, like just us swimming or snorkeling or whatever else. Before it would just crush all of our internal organs and crush our body and everything else. So remember, the deeper you go, the more weight is being put upon you. So not a pleasant thing to feel, as you go deeper and deeper into, and that is for any body of water. For any body of water you're in, the deeper you go, the more weight gets pressed upon you. So again, it's known as pounds per square inch. The pounds per square inch gets tighter, gets stronger, it gets stronger, and it gets stronger. So it gets heavier and heavier and heavier. So, all right, so layers of the ocean. We'll just take a brief look at this real quick. So at the sunlight zone, at the 200-meter mark, we're looking at, these are basically the animals that survive and swim around these layers, or these zones as they're called. So sunlight zone, we have jellyfish, sea turtles, dolphins, and blue whales. This is where they like to hang out at. In the twilight zone, so this is where sunlight starts to be able to not really be poking through anymore. That's why it's called twilight, because the sun starts fading out. We got crabs, octopus, or octopi. We got swordfishes. We got wolf eel. We got cat sharks. So when we get to the midnight zone means pitch black. It means now the sunlight does not penetrate at all. So in this layer, or this zone of the ocean, there is no sunlight. So again, the top two do have sunlight. We have sunlight zone, as it's called. Twilight zone, the sun starts fading out. But once you reach the midnight zone, it is complete black. It's just like midnight outside. For the most part of us, if we don't live above the Arctic Circle and we have 24-hour sunlight. But nonetheless, it's called midnight zone because it's pitch black. And then from that point, further on down, again, there is no light that gets through. So we do have, we got blobfish, we got squid, we got viperfish, we got anglerfish in the midnight zone. When we go even lower now to the abyss, which sounds like, hey, going further and further into the abyss, right? Sea stars, shrimps, and squids actually live this far down. they actually can survive this far down underneath, in inside of the ocean here. So now we get to the trench zone. So we do have starfish, we have lipprid fish, sea cucumbers, and tube worms. So basically, when we are at this depth, we are talking basically about 8 tons of pressure. So about 8 tons of pounds per square inch. So that is a lot of weight. So imagine roughly about 8 tons, right, of pressure of weight. So again, you wouldn't be able to survive. It would crush you within a split second. Um, but nonetheless, so talking about again about 8 tons, which is equivalent to roughly about 48 to 50 jets. So imagine like planes, like turbo or like the jets that you see flying, the planes that you see flying. It's roughly about having 48 of those basically stacked on top of you. So it's not really good. So again, roughly about 8 tons of pressure, pounds per square inch at this depth. So there's only a certain amount of organisms, or microorganisms that can actually survive to this type of pressure. And it does look like I did hit the 5,000 subscriber mark. Thank you guys in the chat. Appreciate that. Libby, One Man Show, all of you. Appreciate that. So, yes, very blessed to hit 5,000 subscribers. That is an excellent milestone. Looking forward to the next milestone. 10,000, 20,000, and just keep growing. So, again, thank you to all of you being here. Again, this is all, first of all, is obviously all due to God, and second of all, due to you guys. But very, very thankful. 5K that's an awesome number. 5K is a tremendous number. So that is very, very cool, very awesome. So looking forward to the next 5K and the next 5K after that, and so on, and keep going. So again, appreciate all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for recognizing that. Highly appreciate that. So thank you guys. So we will jump back in now, and we will get a little bit more in depth of what's happening here in the sunlight zone. So the sunlight zone, this is a depth right from the very surface to about 660 feet into the water, so below the surface. So it is the ocean's surface layer, covering roughly 5% of the ocean's average depth. So it doesn't cover much of the depth whatsoever. It is named so because most visible light can penetrate this layer, making it the warmest of all the layers. The temperature is widely variable from 97 degrees Fahrenheit in the Persian Gulf. That is some freaking hot water. That's freaking hot. It's almost 100-degree water out there. That is wild. To 28 degrees Fahrenheit close to the North Pole, which is due to the invariable penetration of sunlight. Heating the water body interaction with the wind keeps the temperature under control by allowing the sun's heat to be distributed vertically. So due to the light and warmth, this layer is full of life. Seaweeds, coral reefs, and marine animals such as dolphins, blue whales, sea turtles, and jellyfish are all found in the epipelagic zone, or the sunlight zone. The sunlight allows seaweeds such as algae to perform photosynthesis. Creating roughly 50% of the atmospheric oxygen. So the sunlight here allows seaweeds such as algae to perform photosynthesis, creating roughly 50% of the atmospheric oxygen. So again, this is where we get basically half of our oxygen from the ocean. So pretty cool stat to know. Thank you, Chasing, for a cause. Thank you for being here. Highly appreciate that. And again, if you guys are not subscribed to Chasing, definitely please subscribe to her if you have not yet. Show her some support and encouragement. So great to see you in here. She's a great supporter and a great encourager. So again, I appreciate all of you. If you have already, I appreciate all of you for subscribing to her. And if not, please do check out her content. She does have some good. I was just checking it out yesterday, and had some great content there. Some storm chasing content, but as well some great content too with her dogs there as well. So a couple dogs there. So great stuff. So give it a like, give it a subscribe, give her a subscribe and a share and help her out there. So appreciate again chasing for being in here. So um, highly appreciate that. So again, so we'll jump back in here real quick. So the sunlight allows seaweeds such as algae to perform photosynthesis, creating roughly 50% of the atmospheric oxygen. So again, where are we getting our main oxygen from? Right here, from the ocean. Right here. This is why the ocean is. That's why the ecosystem of the ocean is such, is such to be cared for, and because this is where we're getting 50% of the oxygen. And if you remember correctly, oxygen makes up about 21%, 22% of what we are, gas wise, what we are breathing in the atmosphere. Versus, majority of it's nitrogen, about 78%, somewhere right around that region. So when it comes to that, but again, so this is a huge part as to why we actually have oxygen for is the ocean. So at the bottom of the, I'll just say sunlight zone. So at the bottom of the sunlight zone starts the thermocline. It is the transitional region, in this transitional region, the water temperature decreases rapidly with increasing depth. The depth and temperature of the thermocline vary between seasons and years. So what's going on here in a broad overview in the sunlight zone? Got a lot of life here going on. We got a lot of sunlight going on, warm water, oxygen. We got photosynthesis going on. So we have a lot of stuff that is going on that we need to be that needs to be going on throughout the whole ecosystem. So, and so again, I like what Coffee says. Yes, oxygen does come from trees. That's true, but it's not like how it comes from the ocean. So the ocean is actually pretty much the largest producer of the oxygen that we breathe. So great point there. But yeah, awesome stuff there. So again, so this zone is highly important, right? So we got warm waters, we got cool waters up to the north, right, in the North Pole region and the Arctic Ocean. But again, we got animals, we got organisms, we got all kinds of different things that are thriving and surviving here in this sunlight zone. Because again, sunlight, right? Everybody loves sunlight, whether you're a human, an animal, whatever it is. It's plants. You love sunlight. So again, that's what's happening here at a high level overview. High level overview in the sunlight zone. So we'll make our way down further. So just imagine you're a diver, right? Imagine you're in a capsule or you're in a submarine or wherever you're in. Just imagine that you're going a little bit deeper now. So now you're going into the Twilight Zone. I don't think it is the Twilight Zone TV show, but then again, it might be like going into the Twilight Zone TV show. So for all I know, so what's going on here in the Twilight Zone? Well, this is from 660 feet to 3,300 feet. So very, very big discrepancy from start from top to bottom. So also sometimes called the midwater zone. That is why it has meso. Remember, meso means middle. But to me, the midnight would actually be the middle zone. So, so they use it a little differently here, but nonetheless, we'll stick with what they say here. So, also sometimes called the midwater zone, it is found below the sunlight zone. Only faint sunlight reaches this zone due to the lack of light. It is from this zone that bioluminescence begins to appear from living creatures. So, what is bioluminescence? Well, it's it is actually creatures or organisms or animals or whatever you want to call inside of the ocean. It is actually them creating their own light, their own. So that's they actually become bioluminescent. They actually adapt and create their own light. So they're basically like glowing in the dark. That is what's happening. They are fish that basically go glow in the dark. They create their own light. So that is what bioluminescence means. That's what's happening there. They fish or whatever else have adapted, and throughout their time, they start glowing. They start producing their own light, so they can see and everything else. So pretty wild. We got some fish. We got some creatures down there bioluminating themselves. So when it comes to that, so temperature changes are most extreme in this zone, as this is a zone that contains the thermocline, as we just learned about just in the previous paragraph. So the Twilight Zone is the home to a great diversity of some strangest sea animals such as octopus, crab, krill, swordfish, wolf eel, and cat shark. Despite bursting with aquatic life, this layer has remained relatively untouched from commercial fishing. No plants grow within this layer, so creatures either feed by filtering the water or hunting other creatures. Humans can dive to this layer but need to wear protective suits due to high pressure and lack of heat. So, again, that's basically what's happening here in the Twilight Zone. So, what's happening is creatures have started to bioluminate themselves. They have started to produce their own light. Sunlight has started to fade out, and again, so we find the high pressure really kicking in, right? The pounds per square inch. So again, you can dive there, but it's very very dangerous. Again, you have to have protective suits, and you have to due to multiple different reasons. So again, that's basically what's happening here in this second layer. Uh, but again, I do have a game lined up after this, so we can actually explore it, so that you can kind of visually see it a lot better of what's happening here, um, in the zone, in all these zones. So pretty cool stuff. So move on to number three, midnight zone. So again, this is where it's complete darkness. You're not getting any light. Is not getting in here whatsoever. So this again is a huge discrepancy between top and to bottom when it comes to feet. So we're talking about 10,000, roughly about 10,000 feet in discrepancy from top to bottom. So found below the twilight zone, it makes up almost 90% of the ocean. So this midnight zone, this midnight zone makes up pretty much 90% of the whole entire ocean. Pretty wild. Pretty wild to think that the midnight zone makes up 90% of the whole entire world ocean. It's also called the midnight zone because of the complete absence of light, or in other words, due to constant darkness. So, yes, there is no sunlight penetrating down to this level. It is complete darkness here. The only light found in this layer is obtained from animals' bioluminescence, which they utilize in search of their food. So again, the only light you would ever see down here, you wouldn't see sunlight. You would see little bioluminescence animals, um, um, swimming around, utilizing their light, utilizing their bioluminescence in search for food. That's all you would find. Besides that, it would be complete darkness. You would have no idea what you're swimming into. You would have no idea basically where you're swimming at. So you might as well just swim with your eyes closed, because if your eyes are open, it doesn't matter because you're not seeing anything. Um, you know, unless you had a flashlight, all the other stuff. But you know what I'm saying. So, but nonetheless, that's what's happening here so far in the midnight zone. So the midnight zone temperature is constant, which is around a chilling 39 degrees. So not only that, you would basically freeze if you didn't have any protective suit or anything else. Besides that, if we could swim at this depth. So the pressure in this zone is extreme, and at a depth of 13,100 feet or 4,000 meters, attains over what is called at 6,000 pounds per square inch. So you basically For every square inch of your body, you got 6,000 pounds on top of you, behind you, coming at you in all different directions. Um, so you would basically be squished pretty quickly here as well in the midnight zone. So 6,000 pounds would be a tremendous amount of weight to per square inch on over your body. So you would basically like just implode. You would basically just it would basically just annihilate all your organs and push everything in, and it would be over pretty quickly. So again, so very few creatures are found at this depth. Organisms such as plankton, I think we probably all heard of plankton, probably most likely, blobfish, um, blobfish, squid, viperfish, and anglerfish are some of the examples. Sperm whales are found to dive down to this level in search of food. So sperm whales can actually get down to this level. So I don't think they stay at this level, but when they're searching for food, they do dive down, but then they come back up to their normal zone that they are normally in. So again, here in the midnight zone, and this makes up 90% of the whole ocean. So what is that saying? 90% of the whole ocean is nothing but darkness. It is nothing but pitch black. 90% of the whole ocean is, again, nothing uh, um, but pitch black. Isn't that wild? 90% of the whole ocean that we see is basically, we could say 10% is basically illuminated, 90% is nothing but pitch darkness, pitch blackness. Besides the little guys swimming with their, with their bioluminescence. So, when it comes to that, so let me check chat here real quick. Looks like Libby says something here. Libby's got. Uh, it is fun to think that they are creatures that are like the fireflies of the ocean. That's pretty cool. I actually never thought about that. So that's a cool analogy. I never thought about that analogy until I just read that. That is pretty cool. So uh, good call out, good point out there. So um, definitely, I guess we could definitely think of them that way for sure. So that's very awesome. Very great stuff. But yeah, so cool. So we think about this. So again, now we are in the midnight zone, which makes up 90% of the ocean. So that is saying that 90% of the ocean is nothing but pitch black, is nothing but darkness. So pretty wild. That is pretty dang wild to even think about. So and again, we do have creatures down here thriving and surviving down here. So um, and again, we will get into how much has actually been explored. And when you really hear the size of what it has been explored, you can take that size and put that size into the ocean and go, okay, we haven't explored anything like of the ocean. So it's it's so there again. There are so many things um, that have not been found yet that are still there. So discovering stuff every single day, every single year. So when it comes to that. So when we look at number four, now we're getting even deeper. Now we're going from 13,100 feet down to 19,700 feet. So this is where the abyss starts at. So maybe you've watched movies or heard the saying like "into the abyss," whatever, something like that. Um, when it comes to that. But nonetheless, this is the abyss zone, or was it also called the abyssal zone. So, also called the abyssal zone. It is the pitch black bottom layer of the ocean as no sunlight reaches this layer. The term abyss was derived from a Greek word meaning no bottom, because they thought the ocean to be bottomless. But as we have found, the ocean does have a bottom. So, but we will get into that. Um, it is covered with thick layers of mud, sand, and rocks made from dead plants and animals' remains. 3/4 of the deep ocean floor lies in this zone. The water temperature here is near freezing, as only a small number of creatures are found at such depths. The organisms found here are transparent, blind invertebrates such as sea stars, shrimps, and squids. Isn't that pretty wild? Read that again. The organisms found here are transparent, blind invertebrates such as sea stars, shrimps, and squids. Blind. It's pretty wild. That is pretty wild. So again, what's going on here in the abyss? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot is going on here. Nope. Not an area that you want to be in. Very, very. There's not a lot going on here in the abyss. So again, darkness, cold, pressure, everything. Not good. So we jump into number 5. Number 5, the trenches. So what are the trenches? Basically, they start. Now they can start. Sometimes they have them start them a little bit higher than the actual abyss. It all depends on where you're kind of at and things like that. So, but they basically start around six. I'm sorry. They start at 6,000 meters. I apologize for that. They start at 6,000 meters. So it's going to be 19,700 feet and extreme bottom, which is about 36,070 feet. And that's in the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, right around Japan area. So, cool fun fact: the Mariana Trench is the lowest depth, that we have found, that we have ever explored. So again, it's called the Mariana Trench, and it is at 36,070 feet in the ocean, and it's actually been explored by the deep. I believe it's called Deep Sea Challenger. It's James Cameron, the filmmaker. But they actually went down there. So, again, so the lowest point in the ocean that's ever been found, again, is the Mariana Trench, and that is at 36,070 feet. So, for visualization, and we'll talk about here too. If you were to put the peak of Mount Everest, right, the whole peak all the way up to the very top of Mount Everest, you could submerge that inside of where the Mariana Trench sits at, and still have a mile of water still on top of your head. So that's how deep that the Mariana Trench is. It's very, 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 very deep. It's basically right about the height where a normal airplane flies at. A normal airplane flies in between 33 to about 40,000 feet. So, if you think about that, the Mariana Trench is basically about the same altitude, the same depth and height as to where, like, how airplanes at the same height that airplanes fly. So, pretty wild to think about them. If you would see the Mariana Trench put up, taken out of the ocean and put up, skyward. So, but again, so it starts at 19,700 feet, so it's 6,000 meters and below. So again, 36,070 feet is in the Mariana Trench. And again, this is the lowest point that has ever been discovered by humans so far in the ocean. So, when it comes to that, so Libby says, I was just using the airplane example with my niece. Awesome. W's to you and W's to your niece. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate that, Libby. That's awesome. Very awesome. So, it is the ocean's deepest zone, found below the abyss in deep sea trenches and canyons. The Mariana Trench is so deep that even Mount Everest would be wholly submerged if placed at its bottom. Yes, the temperature here is marginally above freezing, and no natural light reaches this zone. Obviously, the pressure is an incredible 8 tons per square inch. So 8 tons, right? Which almost equals the weight of 48 Boeing 747s, as I talked about earlier. So imagine 48 747s on top of you. That is a lot. Even at such high pressure, starfish, sea cucumber, leopard fish, and tube worms are found to thrive. and a word I'm not gonna be able to pronounce. Abyssio Broctolo Gatheo Galathea, uh, an eel species, was discovered at a depth of 8,372 meters in the Puerto Rico Trench in 1970. So, um, when it comes to that, Coffee says, I used to fly all the time when I was in the military. Awesome. Appreciate your service. Thank you very much for your service, brother. Highly, highly appreciate that. So, um, very commendable, very awesome. Highly, highly appreciate that. So, uh, definitely appreciate your service. So we touched base. Those are the five main ones, or I'm sorry, those are the only five zones in the ocean there. And remember, the ocean is this one. It's one continuous body of water. It's called the world ocean. Again, we just subdivide it, you know, into the Pacific and everything else. Uh, but again, anytime you hear ocean, you know, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, Arctic, whatever, just know that they are the same part. They are the same body of water. They're just called. They just get different names in different geographical locations. So that is a high overview of what is happening there and what is found as we keep going deeper and deeper and deeper into the ocean. So what's going on there? So again, and we'll jump into it next year in the next part of the lesson here. So part two. So that's part one. Um, yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot that's going on down there. Basically, what around 15,000, 16,000 pounds. Basically 2,000 pounds to a ton. If we just use 2,000 pounds to a ton, so basically right around 16,000 pounds per square inch. Um, so yeah, again, it is amazing that anything can survive in that kind of pressure. So I mean, again, just imagine being squished and pressurized and everything coming at you, and that is amazing. That anything can withstand that pressure, the cold water, the pressure, the darkness, all of that. So it's amazing. But you know why that is, though? Because when you look at something like that, you go, that doesn't make any sense, right? But we serve a higher God, right? We serve um, obviously a God that his understanding is way better than our understanding, right? His ways are above our ways. So again, that just proves, that's another thing that just proves God's existence right there. Because when you just think about it, you're like, that's something that shouldn't even be able to even happen. So, but great stuff, great stuff, great point out there. Great point out there, Omni. Awesome stuff. Appreciate that, brother. So we'll move into first off, any questions, anything you want to point out, any information, anything that stood out, anything like that, let me know, and I will answer your question. But yeah, please let me know if you have any questions, comments, or concerns. Uh, so please let me know. It's a great topic. It's a very great topic. One man show says, could there be deeper parts that we just haven't found yet? Yes, there could be. There absolutely could be. Thank you for subscribing. I'm going to really butcher this name, and I apologize. Um, Jimiena, Gaimenia. Okay, thank you very much. Uh, Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So the thing is that it's to map out the really to really map out the ocean floor, right? Um, they're mapping out the ocean floor all the time, every day. So, as far as I've seen through my studies and learnings and everything else, it is still possible that there is something out there that might be deeper than what we have discovered. You know, with the Mariana Trench. So yeah, there could be something that's even deeper that's out there. So again, but they are constantly mapping, trying to constantly mapping the ocean floor, and getting trying to get a visual of what's going on. But but when you think about it, I mean, how to even map the ocean floor is a feat in itself, right? I mean, think about how do you even map something that you can't even see? Like, how do you map that? And um, so and again, we've been to the Mariana Trench. Again, that's been proven. Um, but yeah, but just based off of at least what I've been taught and what I've studied is there still could be a place or places that might be deeper than the Mariana Trench. So I don't think that they have fully put that to bed and said, hey, this is the lowest spot, and this is the lowest spot it will ever be. So I don't think that has been um, I don't think that has been put to bed with that. So when it comes to that, so but great question. But if you find something different, let me know. But yeah, but like everything I've learned and everything else has still said there still might be a possibility of something being deeper than the Mariana Trench. So, um, but good stuff. Let me know if you guys have any other questions before I move on to part two here. Part two, and we'll jump back in. Yeah, great stuff. So, great stuff. Appreciate all that. Thank you for all the questions. We will jump into number two here. Um, but again, just due to answer one man show's um, question is, again, we have only explored basically, some will say 10% of the ocean, some will say 15, some will say in between 20 and 10. So just think of all the trenches that we have not even touched yet, that we haven't even seen yet. So yeah, so there does lie the possibility that there might be a trench, you know, way deeper, way deeper than the Mariana Trench. So it just kind of blows your mind. It kind of blows your mind how much of the ocean has not been explored, and that's what we're gonna get into here. So this is part two. If y'all enjoyed part one, please let me know. Thumbs up, high fives, smiley faces, W's, whatever. But if you enjoyed part one, appreciate that. So now we'll take a look at how much of the ocean has been explored. So how much does NOAA say? How much does how much has been explored? So when it comes to the ocean here, so Coffee says the Loch Ness monster probably lives down in the trench. That might be where the Loch Ness monster is at. That might be where he has been hiding the whole time. He might have all he might hold all the answers, so to what's going on. But yeah, thank you, Libby. Thank you, One Man Show, as well, for your encouragement and your support. So thank you. So again, how much of the ocean has been explored? Well, that's a very great question. And sometimes when you go to two different scientific journals and you go through different different country weather authorities or oceanic authorities, sometimes you might find different matters of opinions. But nonetheless, we will uh, we will look at um, basic pretty much what the U.S. says, what NOAA says when it comes to this. So again, the ocean covers approximately. Oh, let me hold on. Let me put this into. There we go. The ocean approximately covers. Uh, the ocean covers approximately 7% of the Earth's surface, that we talked about. So it's the largest livable space on our planet, and there's more life there than anywhere else on Earth. So imagine, remember, because it's one continuous body of water. There is more life there in the ocean than what there is anywhere else on Earth. It's all found in the ocean, and we haven't even discovered hardly. We haven't even scratched the surface on discovering um, all of the um, life and creatures that are in there. Um, so considering the size of the ocean, the surface area is about 360 million square kilometers, or roughly 139 million square miles. And its average depth is roughly about 3,700 meters, or roughly about 12,080 feet. Throughout these depths, there is life. Despite its importance, the majority of our ocean is largely unknown. However, through exploration, we're learning more about its biological, chemical, physical, and geological and archaeological aspects. Exploration leads to discovery. But before we can truly explore, we must map. So this is where mapping, like the floor and doing like other types of maps, come into play when it comes to that. So seafloor mapping provides a sense of what may lie beneath and guides decisions about where to explore, e.g., deploy submersibles like remotely operated vehicles. While the entire seafloor has been mapped using data collected from satellites, these data provide only a general picture of what's there. Detail is limited on these maps, so some important geographical features like seamounts and objects like shipwrecks remain unseen. So, again, they have mapped the floor, but again from satellites. But again, it's not extremely or 100% reliable. When it comes to fully mapping out the floor. So it's done by satellite, but again, it's not the best way to map it out. So as of April of this year, 2026, let's say 29% of the global seafloor has been mapped with modern high resolution technology, which they call MSS, or which is known as multi beam sonar systems. Usually mounted into ships, they can reveal the seafloor in greater detail. While approximately 56% of the seafloor beneath U.S. waters had been mapped to these modern standards, the nation's seafloor is larger than the land area of all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the five territories combined. Thus, there's still a significant amount of seafloor left to be mapped at high resolution. So, what are they saying here? Basically, they are saying that up to the newest high resolution technology, the MSS, which is a multi beam sonar systems, that only 50%, 56% of the seafloor just beneath the United States has been mapped. So the other part hasn't even been mapped yet. So now mapping is not the same as exploring. So just so we don't get those two, mixed up. What's up? I thank you. Do you want me to put it all in the fridge? Maybe in a minute. Okay, I'll let you know here. Love you. So again, let's not mix up exploring versus mapping. So mapping is we're just kind of drawing out and saying, okay, this is what the bottom of the floor looks like. We haven't, um, we're not talking about actually exploring here. So we'll get to that in a second. Um, so again, we can't say we've explored the seafloor until we've seen it. And explorers have said, have seen less than, get this, explorers. So people who are actually can visually see what's happening and what's going on. Explorers have seen less than 0.001% of the deep ocean seafloor. That's roughly the size of Rhode Island. That's wild. That's all they've seen. So explorers, like people themselves that are out there physically, the part that they've actually seen of the floor of the seabed is basically the size of Rhode Island. That's it. That's all that's been seen. So you can kind of put that into perspective. How if you place Rhode Island in the ocean, only that small part that you see that goes in the ocean there, that is the only part that explorers have actually been able to identify and see. So, since more than 90% of the ocean is deep ocean, again, this is midnight. Remember, midnight level and down. So this is deep ocean. So it is 656 feet. A very large majority of the ocean remains to be explored. So, again, when we are talking a very, very small, minute, the size of Rhode Island that has actually been mapped, that has been actually been explored by explorers, like people who are out there doing it. And it's 0.001. That is absolutely insane to just go. So to think about how much is still unexplored is mind-boggling to this day. How much that who knows what's out there? You don't know. Nobody's ever seen it. Nobody's ever touched it. Nobody's ever been able to study it. Nobody's been able to look at it. No, that is absolutely wild. So seafloor maps can provide information about geological features and potential habitats, um, but they can't identify species on the seafloor or or in the water column, or provide information about how organisms interact with other and their environments. Listen to this. This is wild. This is a very wild stat here. Scientists estimate there may be between 700,000 and 1 million species in the ocean. So we're talking all the species. Scientists are like, hey, there's probably maybe 700,000 to a million of them. So mostly animals and excluding most microorganisms, of which there are, millennial, so, or millions. So roughly 2/3 of these species, possibly more, have yet to be discovered. So if they're saying there's a million species in the ocean and 2/3 so haven't been discovered, we're talking 600,000. If we just use the 2/3, right? We're talking over 600,000 species have yet to be discovered. That is wild. We are talking that over 600,000 species have yet, if we're using the million as as a top line, if there are a million species in the ocean, 600 plus thousand have not yet been identified, or explored, or found, or whatever. So that is absolutely wild to think. And then, um, again, roughly two thirds of these species, possibly more, have yet to be discovered or officially described. With almost 2,000, I did not know this. From before, even from learning before, I didn't remember. Maybe I learned it before. I just forgot about it. So maybe I forgot about it, but it didn't really jog my memory when I was researching all this again. So, um, But there are basically 2,000 new species accepted by the scientific community each year. So that's basically, that is saying that we are finding every year in the ocean, we are finding basically 2,000 new species. So that is wild. That is extremely wild. Thank you, Prilla, for subscribing. Thank you for being here. Highly appreciate that. Very awesome. Highly appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. So again, we are basically finding 2,000 new species in the ocean every year that we never knew about. We couldn't describe them. We didn't know they were there. Never explored them. Never seen them before. So that's wild. So we have a great deal more to learn about our ocean and what resides within it. But progress is being made. We learn more and more about it each year. We continue to discover new features and creatures, clues to our past, and resources that can improve our future. But the ocean will never be fully explored. It even says the ocean will never be fully explored. Earth is constantly changing, and it's important to understand these changes given the importance of the ocean in our everyday lives. While there's a lot of work to be done, there's also so much more to discover. So again, isn't that wild? The size of this, basically the size of Rhode Island. That is wild. It is wild. So recap on part two of the lesson. Roughly about roughly about a million species that they're claiming basically estimate to be in the ocean, and only and still 2/3 or more have not even been uh um have not even been found, have not even been explored. So that is amazing. That is it's really mind blowing. It's really very mind blowing. So again, and then every year we are finding about 2,000 new species each year, discovering them and accepting them into the community. So constantly every year there are new species that are being found. So um, so yeah, that is wild. That is extremely wild. But again, one of the just the really mind blowing though. Again, right? Explorers have seen less than 0.001 of the deep ocean seafloor. That's just amazing. Basically, the size of Rhode Island. That's all that's been seen of the seafloor. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. So that is absolutely wild. So, but that is part two of the lesson there. So we will move on to part three, um, about some of the fun facts. So we'll jump into some of the fun facts, and then we'll jump into the game, and play along in the game there. So, any questions or comments, information you want to provide, any type of anything um, pertaining to the lesson so far, let me know. Let me know. Let me know if you have any questions. Any questions? Hope you guys are still enjoying. Thank you to everybody who's watching on Facebook, everybody who is watching on Twitch, everybody who's watching on YouTube, and everybody who's watching on Kick. You guys are awesome. I appreciate each and every second of your time, just for being here. So, very awesome. Thank you for getting me over, 5,000 subscribers and more. So it's very awesome. So God is doing, as always, God is doing amazing things. So it's just a lot of great stuff that is going on. So very blessed, very humbled, again, by the process. So So let me know if you have any comments or you want to add anything before I move into part three. Shall I move into part three? Thank you, Libby. Appreciate that. Thank you, One Man Show. Again, thank you to everybody who is tuned in, who is locked in and enjoying all these. I appreciate that. So, hope you guys are learning something. Hope you guys learned something new here. Because it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. And again, a lot of the stuff is to me, I find it very fascinating. It's just awesome. It's just awesome to understand what's going on. You know, with the ocean and how it helps us and helps um, you know, with oxygen and just all the ecosystems and everything else. So it's a lot of cool stuff going on there. So so part one, we hit up the layers of the ocean, right? We hit up the zones of the ocean. We hit up now. We learned about how much has actually really been explored, and it's very minute. It's about as minute as you could possibly get, because you think about it, right? Not everybody is into you know oceans. They're not into marine life. They're not into any, so there's just a small, minute population who's actually, marine biologists and oceanographers and things of that nature. So when you take that part away, we have just a small little portion of the whole population that's only doing that. Um, so again, that's why there's not been very much exploration, because there's only a small part of the population anyway who is actually even really enthusiastic, energetic, inquisitive, and doing research on aquatic life and marine life and oceanography and things of that nature. So again, it would have to take everybody, all the billions of people on the current, all the billions of people here currently on Earth, to really even start to make maybe a slight little dent into exploration. So, uh, but again, that's why things will take very long time, because it's a small, just a small portion that actually even explores um, and does everything with that. So, but nonetheless, let's go to part three. We'll look at 10 fun facts about the ocean. 10 fun facts. I don't know about you, but I'm very into facts. I'm a big fact guy. I'm a big stats guy. Love stats, love facts. So it's part of my teachings and lessons. I try to always put in some facts and some stats to kind of help, kind of draw a picture of what's going on. So, but nonetheless, let me put this back into um, full screen mode here. So, 10 fun facts about the ocean. The ocean is vast. Yes, we know that. Mysterious realm that covers most of our planet and holds um, countless secrets. It does, because we still have not. Good. We don't know. There's so many secrets still there that are still yet to be uncovered and discovered in the ocean. Spanning over 140 million square miles, it influences weather patterns. Yes, it does. Think about hurricanes, right? Hurricanes need the ocean. Hurricanes need the ocean, right? As we learned about hurricanes, a couple streams ago, hurricanes need fuel, and what fuels them is the warm, hot waters of the ocean. So, again, they absolutely do dictate weather patterns. So they influence weather patterns, support diverse ecosystems, yes, and provide resources essential for life. Absolutely, oxygen, ecosystems, algae, coral reefs, and as well as bio, as well as a bunch of other stuff as well. So, despite advances in technology, much of the ocean remains unexplored. Yes, fueling our fascination with its depths. From bizarre creatures to geological wonders, the ocean is full of surprises that highlight its importance and enigma. In this article, we'll dive into the top 10 facts about the ocean, each revealing a unique aspect of the Blue Wonder. These facts not only entertain but also underscore the need to protect our ocean for future generations. So the ocean covers over 70% of the Earth. Yes, we talked about that already. I'm not going to beat that. That is. I've already mentioned that a couple of times. So again, the ocean basically covers. We'll just call it, over 2/3. So 70% is the ocean water. 30% is basically land. So again, ocean is huge, it's humongous. But I will read what they say here. So did you know the ocean blankets approximately 71% of Earth's surface? Yes, we do because we've been talking about that. This immense coverage makes it the dominant feature on our planet, dwarfing all continents combined. The ocean holds about 90% of Earth's water, as we talked about before earlier, with the Pacific Ocean alone being larger than all the land masses put together. So again, you could put all the land masses together in the Pacific Ocean that we subdivided into, is still larger than all the land masses combined. That's wild. That's wild to even think about. The vast expanse regulates global climate from absorbing heat and carbon dioxide, acting as a giant thermostat for the world. Um, Without the ocean's influence, temperatures would swing wildly, making life as we know it impossible. It's a reminder of how interconnected our world is, with the ocean playing a starring role in maintaining balance. Yes. It says they did design a capsule before that reached the bottom of Marianas Trench. I don't think it's still in use. They did design a capsule before that reached the yeah, that's going to be the Deep Sea Challenger. I think it's called a Deep Challenger or whatever. Again, that's going to be from uh it's going to be from James Cameron. That's when they went down there and explored. I think it's called Challenger Deep or Deep Challenger, Deep Sea Challenger. I think that's what the vessel or whatever the capsule was they used. So from that, but pretty amazing how they even did that. Um, but nonetheless, again, 70%, 71%, depending on whatever you want to call it, is covered by the world ocean. And here we go. We talked about this a little bit too, so I won't beat this over the head as well. So the ocean produces half of Earth's oxygen. Yes, surprisingly, the ocean is responsible for producing around 50 to 80%, depending uh, um, on certain parameters of the oxygen we breathe. That thanks to tiny phytoplankton. So phytoplankton, we can thank them. These microscopic algae float near the surface, performing photosynthesis, much like plants on land. They convert sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide into oxygen, supporting not just marine life, but all terrestrial beings, so including humans as well. Uh, phyto, Phytoplankton, I'll get to that in a second here. Thank you. Thank you, Aline Silva. Thank you very much. Appreciate you subscribing. Thank you for being in here. Highly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Highly appreciate your support and encouragement. Thank you there very much. Aline Silva, thank you so much. So again, they convert sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide into oxygen, supporting not just marine life, but all terrestrial things. Phytoplankton blooms can be so massive they're visible from space. Wow. Painting swirls of green across the seas. This fact highlights the ocean's critical role in the planet's respiratory system, emphasizing why pollution and climate change pose such threats to this vital process. So again, it's not trees that everybody likes to always talk about. I mean, yes, trees do obviously do produce oxygen, but again, not in the way that the ocean does. We're talking 50 to almost 80% of all the oxygen we breathe comes out of the ocean, comes from the ocean, thanks to little tiny phytoplankton. We talked about this too, so I won't get into this a little bit deep either. Deepest point is deeper than Mount Everest tall. Yeah, we talked about this. The Mariana Trench, as we talked about, it's a staggering depth of over 37 or 36,000 feet, um, making it the deepest known point so far. Basically, with an asterisk, it's the deepest known, right? In the ocean. To put that in perspective, if Mount Everest was placed in a trench, the peak would still be over a mile underwater. So this extreme environment features crushing pressures, total darkness, and near freezing temperatures. Yet life thrives there in forms of snailfish and ammo, ammopods. So exploring these depths requires specialized submersibles, and only a handful of people have ever reached the bottom. Fewer than those who have walked on the moon. So, again, there have been more people who have walked on the moon than have actually been to the lowest point that is known right now in the ocean. So that's pretty wild. There have been more people who have walked on the moon, not just been to the moon, but have walked on the moon, um, than the people who have been to the lowest point, Challenger Deep, in the Mariana Trench. So pretty cool fact there. The longest mountain range that we actually know of is actually underwater. So the longest mountain range is not actually the Andes. The Andes mountains over in South America. Uh, the actually longest one, is actually underwater here, and so it stretches over 40,000 miles. The mid ocean ridge. Yeah, can you put? Can you bring me up?
The sides.
The sides, and then the bowl, and then put the other one in the fridge. Thank you. So stretching over 40,000 miles, the mid ocean ridge is the longest mountain chain on Earth. So these mountains underneath water go for 40,000 miles. Snaking through all major oceans like a global seam, the underwater range is formed by tectonic plates pulling apart. And if we were here for my earthquake teaching, you definitely will understand what tectonic plates are. Allowing magma to rise and create new seafloor. It's more extensive than the Andes, Rockies, and Himalayas all combined, with peaks reaching up to 10,000 feet high. Hydrothermal vents along the ridge support unique ecosystems powered by chemosynthesis. So, where bacteria convert chemicals into energy independent of sunlight. This fact reveals the dynamic geology hidden beneath the waves. So, technically, the longest mountain range is technically not the Andes. Um, it's technically underneath water. So it's called the Mid Ocean Ridge. That's technically the longest mountain range. And again, we talked about this. The ocean is mostly unexplored, despite covering most of the planet. Less than 20% of the ocean has been mapped and detailed, and we talked about that. How we got to really, really, really minute details about that. So I won't dive into that very much there. But again, there's hardly been any type of exploration for the ocean. So, and did you know this? Number six. There's gold. Yep. There's gold dissolved in seawater. The ocean contains an estimated 20 million tons of gold, dissolved in concentrations of about 13 billionths of a gram per liter. While that sounds like a fortune, worth trillions of dollars, extracting it is impractical due to the low density and thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Napkins, I'll bring you a water and you.
Oh, you're good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, honey. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But yes, so extracting is impractical due to the low density and high costs involved. The gold originates from volcanic activity and erosion, seeping into the sea over eons. Eon is a period of time, right? So it's been eons and eons, right? So eons is a very, very long time. So historical attempts to mine it, like those of by Fritz Haber in the 1920s, failed spectacularly. This glittering fact adds a layer of allure to the ocean, blending treasure hunts with scientific curiosity. Wow. So, um, so yes, there is gold in the ocean. Love you, thank you. There's gold in the ocean. You're just not really going to be able to get it. So, kind of a pain in the butt, right? But there is gold in the ocean. Corals are animals, not plants. Libby, that's awesome. Thank you, Libby. Libby says, John Boy is throwing the knowledge rock into the puddle, and we are taking the ripples out to the masses. Nice. Very awesome. Very cool. Appreciate that. That's very awesome. Very well said. So, again, number 7, corals are animals, not plants. Though they resemble colorful underwater gardens, corals are actually animals related to jellyfish and anemones. Or yes, anemones. So, each coral polyp is a tiny invertebrate that secretes calcium carbonate to form hard skeletons, building vast reefs over time. They host symbolic algae called, I can pronounce this word, xanthialeo, yeah, which provide food through photosynthesis, giving corals their vibrant hues. Reefs support 25% of marine life, despite covering less than 1% of the ocean floor. Threats like breaching from warming waters endanger these living structures, which are crucial for biodiversity and coastal protection. So, again, corals are animals, not plants. Octopuses have 3 hearts. Who knew this? Octopuses have 3, or you can say octopi, right? Octopi boast an extraordinary anatomy, including 3 hearts. One pumps blood through the body, while the other 2 circulate it through the gills for oxygenation. Their blood is blue. Their blood is blue. They're blue blooded. These octopi are blue blooded. Their blood is blue due to copper based hemocyanin, efficient in cold, low oxygen environments. These intelligent, I always forget this word, cephalopods can change color for camouflage, squeeze through tiny spaces, and even use tools. With a short lifespan of 1 to 2 years, they pack a lot of smarts into their time, solving puzzles and escaping enclosures in aquariums. This fact showcases the ocean's evolutionary wonders. These octopi are pretty smart. So, they got 3 hearts. How wild is that? That is pretty wild. Number 9. Giant squids can grow up to 43 feet long. That is massive. That is longer than a typical school bus. That is massive. Lurking in the deep sea, giant squids can reach lengths of 43 feet with eyes the size of dinner plates. That's wild. That is wild. That is wild. But the eyes the size of dinner plates. So we got squid in the ocean, 43 feet long, with eyes the size of dinner plates, up to 10 inches across, for spotting prey in darkness. When it comes to that, so these elusive creatures, once thought mythical, battle sperm whales, leaving scars as evidence. So they're fighting sperm whales. These they propel themselves with a siphon and have tentacles aimed with sucker rings that can embed in flesh. Rarely seen alive, most knowledge comes from beach specimens of or whale stomachs. The giant squid embodies the ocean's mythical side, inspiring takes like the kraken or kraken, depending on how you want to pronounce it. So again, 43 feet is a huge, huge squid there in the ocean. Number 10, the ocean hosts over 90% of Earth's biodiversity. So again, around 91% of all species on Earth live in the ocean. 91% of all species live in the ocean, from microscopic plankton to massive blue whales. Again, blue whale. If you don't know, blue whale is the largest known mammal or animal, whatever that we've ever discovered or found on Earth. So that is the blue whale. This incredible diversity includes over 230,000 known marine species, with millions more potentially undiscovered. Habitats range from sunlit coral reefs teeming with fish to abyssal plains with bizarre bioluminescent creatures. The ocean's layers provide niches, yeah, for adaptation, fostering evolution's creativity. Protecting this biodiversity is vital as it sustains food chains, medicines, and ecological stability that benefit humanity. So, Libby says it sounds like a horror film. Yes, it does. Could you imagine that you're swimming in the ocean, and the next thing you know, you see eyes the size of dinner plates coming at you, and it's a 43-foot long, squid. It's probably not something that you want to, probably not something you really want to see out there. So, so pretty wild stuff there. So, when it comes to that, so that is part three. That is part three. Just some fun facts there. I just found some. I mean, some we had already talked about and went over before we got to this part, but nonetheless, some pretty cool fun facts there that is going on and happening there. So that's part three. That is part three of the lesson. So any questions, comments, anything like that about that? So then remember, so yeah, so we got some large squid out there. We got some octopi or octopuses or whatever you want to call them out there doing puzzles, escaping from aquariums because they're super smart. So that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild what's happening out there. So, um, but yeah, nonetheless, pretty wild stuff. But if you're just tuning in, thank you. Thank you for tuning in to John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. Thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in. Right now, I am providing live education, and we're talking about the layers of the ocean and some fun facts about the ocean as well. As well. So thank you for being here. If you're new here, please like, please subscribe. Highly appreciate that. Again, thank you to all of you who are watching currently across all of the platforms. So, um, highly appreciate that. And again, if you're new here, I do provide live severe weather coverage plus live weather teachings as well. So, and again, if you're new here, I am a digital meteorologist. So I do all of my meteorology digitally. So appreciate you being here. You've come to the right spot. I highly appreciate that. So, oh, looks like we got Lonnie in here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lonnie. Appreciate you being here, brother. Always appreciate you being in here. So, always, big supporter, great encourager. Highly appreciate Lonnie. Hopefully you're doing good, brother. So God bless you. Hopefully everything is going great with you. So let's move on to part 4 of tonight's lesson. We get to play a little game. We get to play a little game here. So we will go exploring the sea together here. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say sea. Ocean here. So don't want to get those confused because some people they do get used overlapping. Like people overlap them. But a sea is not an ocean, and an ocean is not a sea. Um, so really, we're going to be looking at the ocean here. So again, we're looking at the sun. We're looking at the sunlight zone here. So we're looking at different things, right? We got what we got. We got a sea turtle. We got jellyfish. We got bottlenose dolphins. These are basically going to be hanging out here in the sunlight zone. So Twilight Zone, we got lanternfish, we got blobfish. Um, we got a whole bunch of different little guys over here as well, hatchet fish as well. So again, so now we're going from the sunlight zone to the twilight zone, into the midnight zone. Now there's no more sunlight. There's no more sunlight here. So what's happening here? As you can see, bioluminescence is happening here. See how they're lit up? They are, as Libby called them, the fireflies of the ocean. So we're looking at the fireflies of the ocean here. They are again, bioluminescence is right here. So again, we got the anglerfish, we got giant squid. What else we got here? We've got the gulper eel. And these guys, again, this is where bioluminescence really starts to take place at here. So this is what's happening here. So you can see them all lit up. All the guys, all of them are lit up. So going to the abyssal zone, or the abyss, we got a sea cucumber, which is actually found lower as well too. We do have a brittle star, and we have a massive, massive deep sea giant crab. When it comes to that, look at this guy, deep sea giant crab here. Not what you want to see, not what you want to see at all, ever. So when it comes to this, but yeah, when it comes to that, so get a little bit going on here. Just kind of give of what's happening here. So, and now we're into the trench zone. We have amphipod. We have a swalefish. We have a trench cusk eel. I mean, these are, look at, now we're in the deepest part, and this is what we have going on here. So pretty wild stuff. So again, I thought I had the similar game up, but I thought I had the game up, but again, I guess I just had this part up. So, but nonetheless, it's still cool. Just look at this. So, to look to see what is happening here. So this is the deepest part of the ocean here. This is basically all that is surviving right here. So, and this is again, this is basically as deep as it gets. So when it comes to that, so pretty cool stuff there. Kind of gives you a little bit more of a visual when it comes to that. So that's part 4. Hope you guys are still learning. Hope you guys are still having fun. So I'll move into part 5 pretty quickly here. So what's going on here? Let's go talk about the 4 different subdivisions of the ocean real quick, just to kind of see what's going on here. I'm not going to talk about this. We've already talked about this enough. 71%. The ocean is basically 71% water, and 97% of all of the water on Earth is basically the world ocean. So the Pacific Ocean, it's at basically we'll call that 169 million square kilometers. So, or about 65.1 million square miles. So, when it comes to that, but why do I want to talk about these 5? Because these are the 5, right? These are the 5 main. These are the 5 oceans, or the 5 subdivisions of the ocean. It's kind of misleading when, because anytime somebody says ocean, they're like, well, Atlantic is different from the Pacific, and everything. They're all different. No, they're not different. They're all the same body of water. They're just Uh, they're just called different in different parts of the the world, so they're just broken apart to break them down. So again, so the Pacific out of the whole whole the Pacific out of the whole entire um, world ocean, the Pacific is basically 47% of the whole world ocean. So you can basically say half of the whole world ocean is the Pacific. All the other 50% is the other four named oceans out there. So thank you, Theo. Appreciate you for being here. Highly, highly appreciate you being here, Theo. Thank you so much. So how wild is that? The Pacific Ocean, um, is roughly you can just roughly just raise it up and say it's basically 50% of the whole entire ocean. So 50% again, 50% of the whole entire ocean basically lies with the Pacific. That's why it's massive. That's why it touches different continents. That's why it goes, pretty much if you spin the globe, like one side of the globe is basically just the Pacific Ocean. So it's pretty wild when it said that. So some cool stuff here. There are basically 25,000 islands in the Pacific. 25,000 islands. And I could probably only name a few of those islands out there in the Pacific. Not even gonna lie. There's no way I could name even 25,000. That is ridiculous for that. So great to see you in here, Lonnie. Hopefully you have a great night. God bless you, brother. Again, appreciate you stopping in. Highly appreciate that. So, but again, 25,000 islands, which is absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. So, again, just want to touch on a few things there. When it comes to when it comes to the Pacific there. So Atlantic, that would be the next biggest basin that we use. That's the next biggest subdivision um, of the world ocean. It covers roughly about 85.1 million square kilometers, or roughly about 33 million square miles. So even so, it runs along 112,000 kilometers or 70,000 miles of coastline. So, on average, it's about 12,000 feet deep. And the Atlantic's deepest point is at roughly about 27,500 feet. So the Atlantic is the lowest one. Is about 27,500 feet. That's for the lowest point for the Atlantic that they found over there so far. So Indian Ocean. This would be third because we're going in size of area right now. So this would be third in area. Its lowest point is roughly about 24,000 feet down. It's in the Sundra Trench. So is basically that's basically a lot of the stuff there for the Indian Ocean. So Southern Ocean. Southern Ocean. So we're talking around Antarctica and all that. Right down there, right around the area of Antarctica. The Southern Ocean measures roughly about 22 million square kilometers, or roughly about 8.5 million square miles. So, or it basically makes up 6% of the whole entire world ocean or global ocean, as you want to call it. So, but again, and it's and it averages a depth of about almost 11,000 feet. So. And this is the newest one. So technically, there only used to be four recognized oceans, and some writings and journals and stuff still only consider there to be four oceans. So this ocean here, the Southern Ocean, just got recognized by the International Hydrographic Organization in 2000, and not every member signed off on it though. So its status is still not yet unanimous. There are still people that say no, it still doesn't count as an ocean, but nonetheless, it has enough votes to be considered an ocean, so or a subdivision of the world ocean. So, but even so, plenty of countries like the United States, among them, treat it as a legitimate fifth ocean. But again, there are countries, there are governments that do not recognize the Southern Ocean as an ocean or as a subdivision of the oceans. The Arctic Ocean is the fifth one. That it says again, we're going by area. So the Arctic is the relative litter smallest of the five oceans at roughly about 6 million square miles, or a mere 4% of the global ocean. So again, you'll find this up in Alaska, Canada, north of Alaska, North Pole, north of Canada, around all that up there. So um, Greenland, things like that. So again, Arctic Ocean. That is a small one, but that again is still a major player in it. So again, if we look at the area here, look at the area. You basically just round this up to 50%. So basically, the Pacific Ocean area wise is 50% of the whole world ocean. So lies in the Pacific Ocean. Atlantic gets roughly about 24%. Indian Ocean gets about 20%, and the other two get about 6% and about 4%. So, and just down here again, one world ocean, but five names. So for all the borders drawn on maps, the truth is that there is really just one ocean. As I started with my stream, with my teaching tonight. Um, Water flows freely between the five basins, and again, the basins is just the geographical subdivision, right? That we talked about. Pacific is a basin; it's a subdivision. Um, so again, freely between the five basins, carrying heat, salt, nutrients, and the occasional wandering whale around the entire planet in one connected system. Splitting the system into a Pacific, an Atlantic, an Indian, and Southern and Arctic helps with measuring. So it just kind of gives us a way of instead of saying, oh, it's just one big, just if we didn't have like zones or we didn't have subdivisions, it'd be hard. I don't say it would be harder, but it would be, um, just more challenging for us to just say, oh, it's just good to put out, basin names and stuff like that. So it's good for measuring. So in Arctic, so again, it helps with measuring, naming, and studying it. But every drop belongs to the same global sea. So whether you count four oceans or five, the water does not much care. It just keeps moving. Um, so again, those are the five oceans. That is the lesson for tonight. That is tonight's lesson. So again, we looked at the layers. What did we look at today? Bullet points, right? We looked at the layers of the ocean. And if you didn't know about the layers, I'm glad you're here. Hopefully, you did learn about the layers of the ocean. So we learned about layers of the ocean. Five layers of them, right? So sunlight, twilight, midnight, abyss, and trench. So those are the five zones, or also called five layers of the ocean. We learned about some cool facts. We learned about some cool stuff as well as part of those zones, right? We learned about the organisms that live there, the creatures that live there. We learned about bioluminescence, right? Which are creatures creating their own light so they can see in search of food, because there is no sunlight once you get to the midnight zone. So we learned that the midnight zone and below makes up 90% of all of the ocean. So again, 90% of the whole ocean is nothing but pitch black. It's dark. You can basically only see 10% of the ocean with light, with natural sunlight. Other than that, you're going to need man-made. You're going to need man-made light, or some sort of other light that is made. So good that we learned that. It's good that we learned about oxygen, right? We learned about that. the ocean actually produces 50 to 80% of the oxygen. So very awesome stuff there. Oh, thank you, Vera, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Highly appreciate you subscribing. So, thank you so much, Vera, for subscribing. Highly appreciate that. So we learned about that. We learned about how much has actually been explored, how much of the ocean has actually been explored. And if you think about it, from what it says on the NOAA website, basically the size of Rhode Island has basically been mapped out. That we can actually has been explored, like mapped out, visually seen and mapped out. So and again, some will say 10%, some will say less than 20%. So either way, take that as you want, but nonetheless, you could say 10. You could say 90% of the ocean has not been explored, or you could say 85%. You could say 80%, whatever you want to say. Nonetheless, there's a huge amount of the ocean that just has not been explored. So again, there's so much there that we just haven't touched or seen. So what else did we learn? Well, we also learned that scientists, or basically, think that there are about roughly about 1,700,000 to 1,000,000 different species in the ocean, and 2/3 still have not even been discovered, if not more than 2/3. So we're talking over 600,000 plus species have still yet to be identified, have still yet for somebody to lay eyes on them, and still yet for somebody to find them and discover them. So very wild stuff there. Just how vast, um, the ocean is, and we don't know what's out there. We don't know what's lurking out there. So pretty wild, but pretty cool stuff. So we learned some 10 facts. We learned some pretty cool stuff there. We learned about some giant squid. We learned that giant squid, it gets about 43 feet there. Octopus have 3 hearts. Pretty wild. So we definitely learned some good stuff when it comes to that. So we took a look at a little bit of more of an interactive look there about the species that can survive in the different zones there in the ocean. Because as you do, again, if you're just joining in, as the deeper you get into the ocean, the deeper you go down, the more of the pressure, the more that pressure you will feel around you. So the PSI goes up the further that you keep going down. So we're talking, if you were to get down to the Mariana Trench, if you were to get down the Mariana Trench, you're basically talking about 16,000 pounds per square inch. So now remember, we're talking per square inch. So everything around you, this little per square inches around you, we're talking 16,000 pounds is all around you. So again, that's why you wouldn't last, a millisecond if you were somehow to get, something would happen or something. So nonetheless, it would crush pretty much anything and everything down there, except for the creatures that have adapted to that pressure. So when it comes to that, but again, because of that pressure and because of just the science behind it, where you go, it's dark, there's 16,000 pounds of pressure. There's hardly anything down there. There shouldn't be. You wouldn't think there would be any type of living creature or living anything down there. But that just goes to show you the great and almighty power, of God. So again, that's His Majesty, at work and at play. So very good stuff with that. Then we just took a look at the 5 basins, or the 5 subdivisions of the ocean, which is the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Indian, the Arctic, and the Southern Ocean. So again, they were just broken up, geographically, naming them. It makes it easier, again, for measuring and things of that nature. But again, it is just one continuous body of water the whole time, throughout the whole place. So but again, it just makes it easier for certain things like that. So great stuff. Great stuff that we learned, that we did learn tonight. So, and again, you can thank Omni for pointing this out, or for asking for this. Like I said before, this wasn't a pipeline, but it wasn't something I was going to be teaching about right away, but it was definitely in the pipeline. Um, so appreciate Omni for suggesting. Highly appreciate that. Um, but yeah, so hopefully you guys learned, some cool stuff there. Um, about the best. It really kind of hit you with about an hour and 45 minutes of some good information there of what's going on. So yes, the Earth, or I'm sorry, the oceans have layers, just like the atmosphere, right? Like we learned about in my last stream, the atmosphere has layers as well, right? So the atmosphere has 5 layers. So do you see correlation here that's going on? The atmosphere has 5 layers, right? Remember we talked about that? Troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, and I'm probably I always know them. I always just end up forgetting. So, exosphere and thermosphere. Oh, thermosphere then exosphere. So there are 5 spheres, in in the atmosphere, or 5 layers, spheres, whatever you call them, and in the ocean there are 5 as well. So, again, some correlation there that's going on when it comes to that. So pretty cool stuff there. So yeah, so 5 layers, 5 layers above and 5 layers below in the ocean there. So it's a good thing. And again, if you ever see meso, right? Meso, MESO, which you will see a lot in weather, and of course, in especially for tornadoes, right? For mesocyclone and things of that. The meso means middle, so it just means middle. MIDDLE, middle, like you're in the middle of something. So that's what the meso means. Um, So that's what metal, or I'm sorry, that's what meso means. A lot of cool stuff here. I mean, there's so much more like I could have talked about, but this is basically just to give us a good, give you guys a good, again, high overview of what's going on here. And why the ecosystems are so important, to us, to humans, and not just, creatures in the ocean. So when it comes to that, so again, think of the ocean, right, as the outer. Again, if to use the onion, right, visual, right. So to use that, so if you think about an onion, right, onion has layers, right. So think of the outer layer as the ocean. Every other layer that's inside of it, like the sea, a gulf, a bay, all of that falls inside of the ocean. Is the top, it's the biggest one. So then we have a sea, and then seas can have bays and gulfs, things like that. And then we start to get to inland, things like rivers and streams and lakes and everything else. So when it comes to that, so think of the ocean as the big one. It's the big dog, right? It's that would be your outer layer of the onion. So when it comes to that. But great stuff. Great stuff. Questions, comments, anything that you guys want to ask or anything like that. And if not, we will start and we will jump into, uh, we will go into our fireside chat and talk about whatever comes up, whatever we want to talk about. But again, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here. Hope you guys learned something. Um, some of these lessons are going to be, what do we call it? More vibrant than some of the other ones. But nonetheless, I enjoy them. And it's good to impart my knowledge and to help you guys, if you guys want to learn that or not. But again, some are going to be more, you know, maybe not as pretty as some other ones, but nonetheless, a lesson is a lesson, and for me, it's cool. Like I love to learn stuff like that. I love, um, um, learning about the stuff a long time ago. I just love learning and continue learning about things. And again, when we talked about the spheres, right? We talked about the spheres in my last stream. So if you were not here for my last stream, we talked about the 17 spheres, right, of the Earth. So there are four, the four main spheres, right? So the four main spheres that we just talked about with tonight, which is the hydrosphere. So the ocean is obviously a part of the hydrosphere. So again, they all of the four main spheres interlock with each other, and they are all dependent, not independent, but they are all work in harmony. They all work in unison to be dependent upon each other. So again, we just talked a lot about tonight about the hydrosphere. We also talked about the atmosphere. Also talked about the lithosphere as well. We talked about all of the four main spheres. My last one. So there's a lot of great stuff that was going on. So in that, and the other one is called biosphere as well. Bio meaning life. Bio is all part of life. So pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Hey, I appreciate all of y'all being here still. If you don't have any questions, let's just uh jump into fireside chats. Whatever you guys want to talk about, we can talk about it. Whatever you guys want to talk about, we can talk about it. Thank you, Libby, for that. Thank you very much, Libby, for that. Yeah, it's just very cool to see how massive that the ocean really is. I mean, it's just amazing. It really is amazing. So, but if you're just tuning in, thank you for joining John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. Where tonight you are getting educated on the layers of the ocean as well as the ocean as well. So, certain cool things about the ocean. It's a lot of cool stuff. So, and I just hid myself for a few minutes here. So I'm actually going to eat just a little bit here. So let's whatever you guys want to talk about, let's talk about it. Whatever you guys find. Libby says it's been a night of learning mind blowing things. I appreciate that. Thank you, Libby. Just in case anybody's wondering, I'm eating Chipotle. I love Chipotle. Yes, one man show. You are. I appreciate that. I appreciate that one man show. It is. I love Chipotle. I love it so. It's. I just love it. Yeah. Hopefully you're Hopefully, your work crew enjoy you enlightening them and teaching them. And then if they haven't yet, ask them to like and subscribe to my channel. That would be awesome. They could be in here too as well. I get the bowl. I've only ever got the burrito. I think only a handful of times, but I always get the bowl like 99.9% of the time. So I do enjoy the bowl. So I do enjoy the bowl. Yes, they are. Oh, Coffee says he's never been to Chipotle. Oh man, they're so good. You ever been to like Qdoba or Qdoba? That's like another. That's like a competitor. That's a competitor of Chipotle. It's called Qdoba. I don't know if you guys ever been there. Libby says she likes Qdoba. So Qdoba, if you've ever been to Qdoba, it's kind of similar to Chipotle. I mean, of course, they have some differences, but if you want to compare, pretty close. So Coffee's never been there either. What's your guys' favorite sub sandwiches? Are you guys Subway people? Are you Jimmy John's, or Jersey Mike's, Blimpies? What's Subway sandwiches or what sandwiches you guys like? Jason loves Subway. D'Angelo's? I never heard of that, so I don't know. Is that might be local to you or something? 'Cause I mean, it might be national, but I never heard of it. So Burn Dairy, never heard of that. But is that local too as well? Mm. Yeah, probably. Jason says she's a vegetarian. That's cool. Everybody has their own thing they like, so I don't do sandwiches much either. Jason says she does not eat meat, or actually, she says I can't eat meat. Is that because of an allergy? Yep, there you go. It's because of an allergy. Yep. Oh, Coffee says it's a gas station. They have sandwiches and ice cream and pizza. Nice. Oh, did you get Did you get Lyme disease chasing from the tick? Burned dairy. Never heard that. That must be. I don't know where you at, Coffee. You're in New York or something, right? Alpha gal? I don't think I've ever heard of that before. I don't think I've ever heard of alpha gal. Ticks are horrible though. It's from the Lone Star tick. Okay, never heard of that. The only thing I've ever heard from ticks is Lyme disease. The one with the white back. Okay, learning something every day. That's cool. Never knew that. Wow, that's crazy one, man. Oh wow. Thank you for that, chasing. What about pizza? What's your guys' favorite pizza? Like national food chain, Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John's, whatever else. Little Caesars. One man show says Pizza Hut. Hungry Howard. I've heard of Hungry Howard's. Never been there, but I've heard of it. You guys ever go to Pizza Hut when they had salad bars? Basically, like all you could eat pizza and it's a salad bar. I don't know your guys' ages. Maybe that was before some of your guys' times. But when I was growing up, Pizza Hut used to have salad bars, or not even salad bars, just like pizza bars and stuff. So it was pretty cool. One man show says yes, I have John Boy. It's been a while ago. Chasing says I remember it. Libby says not many places have gluten-free pizzas. No, yeah, I guess that's probably true. And Coffee says, have you ever heard of Spidey's? I don't think so. No. My beautiful wife, my beautiful wife is in here chiming in about pizza. The pizza buffet, pizzas and salad bar. Yes, absolutely. My awesome beautiful wife is in here. such a tremendous supporter. She is my rock, my backbone. She is everything. So, Spideys are chunks of meat marinated. Okay, never heard of that. Thank you though. Thank you, coffee. We got Lonnie back in here. Oh, thank you, Lonnie, for that. Thank you, Lonnie. I did know it was in Kansas City. I did not know about the other fact though. That's cool. That's cool. Or Kansas. I did know it was started in Kansas. Oh, awesome, Chasing. Chasing says she hit 50. 50 subs. Awesome. Oh yes, Coffee says CC's Pizza. I don't know if you guys ever have. But yes, CC Pizza. Buffet and everything. Yes, I used to go to CC's quite a bit. CC's Pizza was really good for buffet and everything. Never, never heard that show One Man, but it looks sounds pretty cool. The foods that built America on History. Oh, cool. Lonnie says White Castle too was started in Kansas. Them good old sliders. I have not had White Castle in I'd probably have to say 2 decades or more. I have not had it in a very, very long time. That's awesome, Chasing. Chasing says she's getting ready to, she's getting her computer ready and her overlays. Awesome. I haven't even looked at the topic yet, or I mean, I haven't looked at the poll yet. So I was hoping people would just want to spin around in an office chair. Oh, but DL the Storm Chaser itself. Oh, nice. DL scales. Is that what you're talking about? Nice. Your niece gets a W. Y'all should put W's in the chat, please, for Libby's niece. Libby's niece is she's rocking it. Oh, and moderate too. Cool. Well, I'd be willing to help you out too if you need any other, if you need any advice or help or whatever. Be willing to help you out as well. Thank you, Lucienne, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, computer stuff, overlays, whatever you need help with. So I don't know what you're gonna be running, but I am pretty well in depth in OBS overlays and things like that. So, but not everybody uses OBS. Like I mean, the majority of people do, but not everybody does. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, yep. Chasing says OBS. Cool. Yeah, it just all depends on oh, and Bella Box. Okay. It all depends on what your um what kind of overlay you're trying to get. What graphics you're trying to like. Really what you're trying to put on there. So yeah, just let me know. Just let me know. I'll be willing to help any of you guys. You guys need help with any, whatever. Yeah, I remember you told me that. You said he's got a DoorDash live stream. Oh, that's cool. I saw him the other day when he was. I clicked on his feed the other day. He was like over like way out in like Oregon. It was like way up in Oregon a couple days ago or something. I appreciate that coffee. Thank you. I appreciate the transparency. I highly appreciate that. So, uh, yeah, because not every topic is going to be. It's not gonna again. It's not gonna be as as exciting as some of the topics. So, but I do try my best to make it the most exciting it can be. I try to deliver it in a way that it is the most appealing. You know, but so I highly appreciate that. I appreciate the transparent feedback. So yeah, somebody try to yeah, coffee's gonna try to get gold. So everybody, coffee's gonna go on a gold expedition. Absolutely. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, coffee can get us a couple bucks there. Gets a couple of some good nuggets there. Lonnie says, "Good night, everyone. See you on John Boy's next stream. Good night, Libby. Coffee, one man, John Boy, chasing. God bless everyone. See you all tonight, my friends. Thank you, Lonnie, for being here. Highly appreciate that. Thank you, brother. God bless you, brother. Highly appreciate that. Coffee says, I understand when I had to teach soldiers, there's a lot of dry material and boring to teach, so had to make it fun too. Yeah, definitely. Not everything about weather is exciting, and sometimes it's dry, right? Sometimes it's boring, and at least most people it's boring, and so I, as a teacher, have to find a way to get that across that's appealing, in somewhat the best way. Um, so I try my best. I'm not gonna. It's not gonna be for everybody. People are still gonna find it boring. Some people will, but thankfully, most people still find it, um, you know, uh, pretty exciting. So how long were you in the army? Or I mean, I'm sorry. How long were you in the military for, and what branch were you in? Coffee. Coffee says 8 years Army active duty. That's awesome. Thank you for your service. One man show says, "Will we be able to donate to the stream one day?" John, yeah, yes, we will be. I'm still, my channel is still in process of being reviewed. So they said it could take up to a month. It's already been a week, so I'm hoping it doesn't take a month. So hopefully it only takes like a couple weeks or something. But yes, you will be if that's what you so choose to do. I will never ask. I will never ask. I will never ask for you guys to ever um, give money to me. So your time is more important and more valuable than your money. So I would never ask for anything from you guys. It's all up to you guys. It's whatever you guys are willing to do. It's all on you guys' own accord. Coffee, were you in the military? Um, okay, I was just about to ask that. Okay. Oh, nice. So you were in an 88 Mike and you went to a 95 Bravo? That was your MOS? That's awesome. Hey, we got Brother Jonathan in here. Everybody say hi to Brother Jonathan. That's awesome. That is awesome, Coffee. Were you in the military? I don't know when you just served or when you got out, but were you in there when it was still BDUs or had they changed to the ACUs at that point? Yes, welcome in, brother Jonathan. Yes, thank you, Libby, too, to your dad's service for sure, and Jonathan as well. I'm pretty sure 2000. I think that was still BDU time. I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, isn't it awesome that that's awesome that Coffee and Jonathan were both military police. Oh, cool. Coffee was going to become a drill sergeant. Oh, what's wrong with your dad, Jonathan? He's not feeling well. What can we pray? What can we pray for him? Oh, okay. Jonathan says he had open heart surgery a couple years ago. People lighting off fireworks. Yeah, that sucks, man. So you guys gotta fly somewhere, or what's going on? I didn't know if I caught that or not. But you gotta fly somewhere, Jonathan. Oh, nice, nice, brother. That's awesome to hear. Oh, Omni said his dad had to have a pacemaker too. Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, I hope you have a great time, Jonathan. Hope you have a good time, man. You still moving to Omaha the new year, whatever you said you were doing? Awesome. Jonathan, are you still moving to Omaha, whatever you said you were doing? Yeah, Jonathan said he's awake. He's awake at 3:51. That's early. Yeah, it's going on. It's 9:53 my time. It's here at Central Time here in Chicago. Yeah, did you just wake up early, Jonathan, or what? Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. Well, we definitely appreciate you being here, Jonathan. Definitely appreciate you being here, brother. The reason I'm off screen right now is because I'm eating, so I'm almost done eating. So I'll pop back on here. Have any of you guys ever traveled, um, say to like let's say to Asia? Any of you guys ever been to Asia? Anybody ever been to China or Japan or anything? Yes, you did, coffee. Oh, Jonathan was in China for 11 months. Coffee's been to Japan, Germany, Iraq, Italy. Wow. What was uh what was Beijing like? Jonathan and coffee. What was Japan like when you're over there? Wow. Coffee says Japan was crazy. Everyone to including the kids, always moving with a purpose. Jonathan, love the food. Jonathan's talking about Beijing here. I love the food. People are welcoming, and it's a wonderful place. Nice. Yeah, I think I have always heard that Japan people kind of always move with a purpose over there. So, oh yeah, understandable, Libby. Oh, that's cool. Cool stuff. Coffee climbing the mountain or the tower. Jonathan was in Outer Mongolia too. Wow. So you and Jonathan Coffee have both been to I think it's Iraq and Afghanistan. Oh wow, you're in Baghdad. Okay. Was that pre-insurgents or after insurgents? Oh, 5 to 6. Okay. Was I think I think I think Baghdad fell in 2003. I think that's when we went in there. I think that's when the regime started to come down. I think it was '03, I believe so. Or somewhere right around that time. Oh, 02-ish, '03-ish. Somewhere around there. Oh wow, you guys were training the Iraqi police. Wow. So if you were there in '05 and '06, so you were there still at the beginning of you were still at the beginning there, well pretty much, still at the beginning of when the regime fell, and again like you're talking about training the police and a new government and everything. So Dan Johnson did 7 tours. Wow. That's crazy, dude. And Jonathan, just so I know, you were. Are we now? We're talking about the UK Army or the England or whatever. Are we talking about the United States? I don't know. Did you tell me where you went into the military yet? I can't remember. If you did. UK. Okay. UK. Well, that's crazy, Jonathan. Looks like you and Coffee might have crossed paths or something. You never know. You both were in. Looks like you both were in Iraq in '05. Unless you weren't in Baghdad. I don't know, but nonetheless, you guys are pretty close to each other. That's like some Jason Bourne stuff. Jonathan, that's cool, dude. That wouldn't that be such a small world if you and Coffee actually did cross paths or like saw each other, whatever there. That would be such a small world. Oh, Coffee says he was in camp Rust Maya. Rust Maya? Yeah. How cool would that be though if you guys were like right by each other there? That'd be so cool. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, that'd be a good call out. Absolutely, that would be awesome though. Yeah, to the green zone. Yep. Oh, Camp Gerbil because you didn't know what you're eating. Well, that's wild. Now, Jonathan, you've been open about it. And I know you talked about PTSD, right? And I think you said it was caused by your military service. What about you, though? What about you? Coffee? Anything like that? Any type of, um, you know, mental health issues arise from what maybe you saw or over there? Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, coffee. Hopefully, they have your VA benefits. Hopefully, you're able to get or have gotten. I don't know you're or if you're still getting it to get good. Some good some good services there from the VA and stuff like that. So I know people down the VA and talk really bad about the VA. I know a lot of people do, um, so hopefully, yeah, hopefully you're getting a lot of good stuff there. So, but yeah, I know it was a rough. I know it was a horrible time. I know it was definitely a horrible time. The whole Baghdad and then the whole thing in Afghanistan, and I mean, it was just a bad. It was a really bad time. So that's good. Thank you, Chasing. Great question, Libby. Libby says, so Jonathan and Coffee, what would you say is some ways that we should pray for our military members that we might not think to pray for them? That's awesome. That is a very great, awesome question because you guys have the inside scoop. Okay, good call out there. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you very much, brother. True, yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Libby. Tell your niece we say thank you very much. So yes, definitely thank you to your niece. I'm almost done eating here, so I'll pop back on here.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Yeah, thank you, Libby, very much for your niece being in here. Appreciate that. Highly appreciate Jonathan and coffee service. Um, you know, it's definitely not an easy task, that's for sure. Oh wow. Absolutely, coffee. Absolutely. Definitely had angels looking over you for sure. I'm definitely glad both of y'all are in here. Definitely glad both of y'all are survived all that for sure. So yeah, that's definitely a rough. That's definitely a rough gig for anybody. Thank you, Erica, for subscribing. Thank you for being here. And again, if you're just tuning in, thank you for tuning in to John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. If you missed the topic earlier, we are now in the Fireside Chat segment of the stream. Again, if you're new here, I'll always teach the topic first, and then after teaching the topic, that we would then jump into the fireside chats and talk about anything and everything to get to get to know each other better. Have community and grow. So, again, if you're just tuning in, highly appreciate you being here. Hop back online here, so. All right, that was good. Chipotle. Chipotle's good. But yeah, thank you very much to obviously Coffee Service, Jonathan Service, everybody who's ever served in the military, in all facets of the military, all branches, everything. So it's a service that should never go unnoticed. We should always support our troops, no matter what. So you do not have to support the agenda, but you should always support the troops. So don't let politics ruin that for you. Always support the people. You don't have to support the agenda, but support the troops who are out there on the front lines, who are out there and behind enemy lines, who are out there doing it. So again, you don't have to support the call. You don't have to support the main call. You don't have to support that. That's up whatever you want to do in it. But support the people. Support all of the troops who are involved in it. So. I'm a huge supporter of our troops. I have a lot of friends who have been in the military. Lots of it. So. Oh wow. One man show says my friend that plays in co-ed softball with me was just deployed to Syria. Wow. Wow. Again, if you're just tuning in, welcome to John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. Thank you for being here, where you will find live, uh, live coverage of severe weather, and you also find live educational teachings, lessons about weather as well. Today's lesson was over layers of the ocean, and also some fun facts about the ocean as well. So. Excuse me. So, again, we are now in our fireside chat segment of the stream. Looks like we got Lonnie back in here. Great to see you back in here, Lonnie. Great to see you in here, brother. Yes, thank you all for being in here. Thank you to everybody's watching on all the platforms: Facebook, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. Thank you very much. And before I sign off, we will take a look at the weather. We'll take a look at the outlooks. We do have some pretty good chances for actually severe weather coming up. Um, so we are in what we call what us meteorologists call ring of fire pattern. So we are in the ring of fire pattern right now. That's what we are in. If you are not aware what the ring of fire means or what it is, um, basically right now we have a ridge of high pressure, or what we call, if you were here before, a heat dome as well. So on the outside of the heat dome is where you're going to find all the enough moisture, um, cloud, and um, convection to um, start any type of precipitation. So inside the heat dome, everything you won't find that because, as you know, the heat tries to rise, but it gets pushed back down because of the high pressure there. So it is so. Right now we have what we call the ring of fire. That's what's going on. So what happens is the storms again they ride on the outside of the high ridge pressure, which is it's a high pressure system, so that so the storms ride on the outside of them. So it's what we call a ring of fire. That's what it's called. So you're going to have some terrestrial events. We can have some. Um, we can get to some pretty decent severe weather as well, but usually mainly they are usually wind driven. Um, Usually very low tornado chances. But nonetheless, if you hear anybody talking about that right now, ring of fire, that's exactly what it is. So it's a high pressure system that we have right now in place in the central United States. Um, it's going on right now. That's why it's super hot. If you look at the United States right now, you see it's super hot. There's extreme heat warnings that are going on. A lot of that is happening right now. Um, but yeah, but if you hear the ring of fire, that's what it is. Ring of fire just means all the storms they go on the outside of the high pressure system. So there's just not a um, the high pressure system, the heat dome clears out all the clouds where it's at, and that's what allows all of the heat, all the sunlight to basically radiate inside the heat dome, and that's why temperatures get up in the low 100s to 110s and stuff sometimes with the humidity. Uh-huh. So yeah, that's exactly what's going on, Lonnie. It is exactly what's going on. Yep. So the storms are right on the outside of that. The storms will ride on the outside of that, so they will not come in to the heat dome. They'll be suppressed. There's not enough convection. Uh, there's not enough lift inside of the um, high pressure in order to create convection or anything like that. So that's why it's all on the outside. So it's called a ring of fire. So uh, thank you, Bruno. Welcome in, Bruno. Highly appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. Thank you, Libby. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. We give her a green crayon right back. Uh, yeah, we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at what the NWS is showing for tomorrow. They're really saying this tomorrow. Tomorrow can kind of start to get going. Monday around my area, Chicago, Michigan, Wisconsin still. So we'll take a look at that. We'll get into that. Um, but we could have what we call. I mean, I don't know if it not active as any terms as you would say about like May standards or, but for July it might be a little active. So, but yeah. So again, if you hear Ring of Fire, that's what it means. All the storms are on the outside of the high pressure system, and they are riding that jet stream all on the outside of the high pressure system. So if you are in a place that is just on the outside of the high pressure system, you could be in line for some severe weather. But if you are underneath inside of the heat dome, you will not be seeing any severe weather. And thank you guys all again to pushing me over. 5,000 subs. Highly appreciate that. And if you haven't yet, please subscribe to Chasing for a Cause. I did see you, Jonathan, type in I Papa John. You gotta keep I think you spaced the John. I think that's what I saw. That's why it didn't pop up. So if you do that, it should pop up then, yeah. So there we go. So yeah, if you haven't yet, yeah, please subscribe to Pastor John, Brother John, Storm Chaser John McKinney. Like always, great Storm Chaser, but a better yet, a better individual, better overall person. Um, just great stuff about him. Um, so yeah, so please click on the link there if you have not yet and subscribe to Pastor John McKinney, Storm Chaser John McKinney, Brother John McKinney. So awesome stuff. And also, too, if you haven't, please subscribe to Chasing for a Cause. Help her get to, I think her next milestone, I think it's 75. So help her get to 75 subscribers. And again, she has some good videos there, especially of some of her rescue dogs and some chasing from the other day. So give her some support and encouragement. Help her to grow in this community. So it is, again, it's tough to grow. So we all need support, and we all need support and encouragement. Yes, Jonathan, thank you for pointing that out. Absolutely, brother. I saw that yesterday. I saw the video yesterday. Hopefully, you guys did as well too. But yeah, he did get a new windshield, and tomorrow it would be a good setup for him to. Tomorrow would be a good setup for him to start chasing because it's gonna flow right into Monday. Uh, so I do see him chasing tomorrow and chasing Monday as well. So again, we'll take a look at that and what's being talked about. So yeah, they did. Yes, I will be one man show. Yep, yep. That's the plan. Most likely tomorrow though would be live. Would be severe weather coverage tomorrow. That is a plan. I gotta see how the models are looking in the morning and everything else. But if the models stay true to what's been showing for the past couple of days, um, we could see. I wouldn't say an outbreak or anything, but we could see maybe a little bit of significant um, severe weather tomorrow, especially up around Wisconsin and again the upper Midwest again. So Wisconsin seems to be getting in the act quite a bit. So Um, but nonetheless, yeah, that's a plan. That is a plan. Yeah. Thank you, Coffee. Appreciate that. So, again, if you guys ever have any questions about radar, um, anything, radar, anything you guys do with weather, anything, or you have to do with anything, and whatever, ask it, and I will do my best to answer you. So, yeah, yep, that spooky siren. Yeah, I know. That thing was going off the other day like crazy. So, um, but it was there were a lot of tornado warnings that day. Thank you, Libby. Obviously, church is obviously uh, God is always number one. Obviously, so I highly appreciate that. If anytime that you could jump in and out, that's awesome. Appreciate that. So, but yes, always the Lord is always number one. Thank you, Lonnie. Appreciate you, brother. Say hello to your brother Ronnie from all of us as well, please. Hope you guys are all doing good. God bless you, Lonnie. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, there shouldn't be anything popping off that early in the daytime one man show. Uh, Usually that when from what I've seen, the storms aren't really. We're talking like 3 o'clock ish in the afternoonish or something like that, 3 4. So at least that's what it's kind of looking like. At least that's what it was looking like. So, but things change. But oh, Libby has the evening service as well. Yeah, cool. It's awesome, Libby. I remember Sunday mornings and going to church on Sunday morning and going back again on Sunday night. And then we use them. Then we also had them too on Wednesday night. We had Wednesday night service as well. So yep, I remember. Definitely remember doing church in the morning, and then church at night. You too, Lonnie. God bless you, brother. Oh, no youth service tomorrow. Me and my wife, we were youth counselors, or at camp. 2 years ago, 2024, we were youth counselors for summer camp. So that was cool up in Wisconsin. So that was really cool, helping the youth out. Very cool stuff. Yeah, I used to do a lot of work with. I actually used to work with the youth service. I used to do a lot of work with in the youth. I used to do a lot of work with the youth pastor and everything. So do I. So do I, Libby. I love giving back to the youth and helping them. Absolutely. Yep, I used to do a lot of work there. So I know I talked about this before, but I saw Jonathan put something about coffee. I think like drinking coffee. I think. Am I right? Uh, did I miss it? I don't know. I thought he said something about drinking coffee, but nonetheless, I don't drink anything with caffeine. I don't drink any type of coffee. I don't drink any tea. I don't drink any of that stuff. I just do not drink it. So everybody has their flavors. Everybody likes what they like, and I just don't like coffee. Don't like tea. I don't like anything with caffeine. So, but my wife does. My wife likes. My wife drinks coffee. I do not drink coffee though. That's why the coffee is ready 24/7. That's why it fits the name, right? Coffee is ready 24/7. There you go. Yep. Yeah, and that's cool. I mean, if you do, you do. That's cool. I mean, that's awesome. Great. That's awesome, Libby. Libby says they do. I have a great group of young people. They don't get together just for fun. They want to get together to study the Bible. I'm often in all their insights. That's awesome. See, and there's a difference, right? This is what I tell people, right? This is just like anything, though. There's a difference between reading the Bible and studying the Bible, right? Because you can read the Bible all day long, but not take anything back from it, right? Not get anything from it, but maybe a few high level pointers here and there. But when you really study the Bible, right? You study context, you study wording, you study place, you study where things are happening at, who Jesus is talking to, or whom God is talking to. So when you really study the Bible, it becomes a whole different thing, right? So, um, yeah, so there's a huge difference between reading the Bible versus studying the Bible. So, and I highly recommend you study the Bible. Highly recommend study the Bible. So, understand what context is, right? There's a saying that context is key and context is king. So, understanding that context, because a lot of times, people will take things out of context about the Bible, right? About things what Jesus said and things like that. But you have to look at the context of who he's talking to, where he's talking to them at, right? And so context, get to understand the context of what is going on there. So, but a lot of times, the world will take everything out of context and then, flip Jesus's words around and everything else. So it's all about context. And so yeah, definitely study the Bible, right? I mean, if you are going to read it, I mean that's great too. I mean, at least you're in it, and at least you're reading, something. That's great. But I highly recommend that you study it. Whether you just go chapter by chapter, whatever it may be, you don't have to, read multiple books. Just take it slow and go, you know, and at least try that. So, um, but yeah, definitely study. Right? Study is join a study group if you can. I don't know if you guys are part of study groups, but definitely join a study group, whether that's a men's study group or a women's study group or a co-ed study group. Every church does it differently. So definitely would highly recommend joining a small group or some sort of study group when it comes to learning more and studying the Bible. So, um, especially if they offer it. Libby says they do, Jonathan. It's so important for them to know that they are part of the church family. Yes. Jonathan says, I'm not very religious, but I know what I know from Grandma. She made us go to Sunday school. Nice. Nice, yeah. Oh, nice. One man show says he's in a or I'm sorry, in a discipleship. That's awesome. That's awesome that your pastor does. That's awesome. That's amazing. Libby says, I agree, John Boy, and never be afraid to ask questions. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because if you don't understand something, you definitely don't want to walk out, of a service and you're not fully understanding exactly the context of what was being said or exactly what, you know, the pastor or preacher was talking about because you don't want to be, you know, um, just kind of guessing, what was being said. So yeah, I would highly recommend, just like Libby said, ask questions and to get more insight or get more understanding if you know, from whatever you took away from that service that day. So that's awesome, one man show. That's awesome, dude. That is very awesome. Oh wow, Jonathan says yes. Jonathan says, "Oh yes, she was. Libby, she was 104. Wow, when she passed away. Wow, not too many people. Very few people get to be a centurion. Live to be 100 or more. Uh, yes, and also Libby, thank you, Libby. I love my Libby says I love my Bible study groups. Iron sharpening iron. It is. It is. You gotta sharpen your brothers and sisters, and you gotta allow them to sharpen you. So not only do we need to sharpen them, you have to allow them to sharpen you. Because if you're trying to sharpen other people, but you're not letting yourself be sharpened, then you're missing the whole picture. Jonathan says she was a captain in the army for 16 years. Wow. I was gonna say, yeah, that had to be back in World War II, probably. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that was a horrible, horrible war. Obviously, so horrible war. So yeah, that's pretty wild. Pretty cool though. That she was captain for 16 years. That's cool. That's very cool though. Again, if you're just tuning in, thank you and welcome into John Boy's Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. Thank you for being here. Thank you for trusting in me to provide you with transparent and trustworthy live severe weather coverage and also live weather teachings and seminars. So appreciate that. Thank you so much for being in here. Thank you for giving me your support and your encouragement, your time. I appreciate all that. So again, thank you so much for being in here. If you're brand new, please like, please subscribe. Helps me, helps the algorithm. So highly, highly appreciate all of you for being in here. So coffee's bringing snacks. Yeah, Normandy. Yeah, D Day. D Day. Yes. That's awesome, man. That she was one of the. What did I just read there? Wow, that's cool. Yeah, I was gonna say seven. Yeah, 7th of June because D Day for us was June 6th. So that was D Day for us. So yeah, like you guys, if you guys do not know, yeah, that's when they stormed the beaches of Normandy. Um, and unfortunately, there was a lot of a lot of not great things happening there. But thankfully, the U.S. and their allies, UK, did end up prevailing um, through that. So yeah, beaches of Normandy, Omaha Beach. That is a famous. That's a famous beach from that day, Omaha Beach. That is one. So if you ever hear Omaha Beach, um, that is a big one. That's a big one from that day. It's where they. If you've ever seen Saving Private Ryan, I don't know if anybody in here has ever seen Saving Private Ryan, but it's a pretty good depiction when they are all on the boat and they're getting shot at. It's a really good depiction of what's happening there at that time. But yeah, so again, not a great, obviously not a great sight or not a great, but they did what they had to do in order to, obviously stop evil from happening. And if any of you guys remember from history at all or anything, or just know, but that in the U.S. we were not part of the World War II, like in the beginning for a long time, for a majority of the time. Um, so we got awakened, right? If there's a famous saying, right? They woke the they woke a sleeping giant, right? So um, we got awakened on December 7th, 1941, Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor is what launched us in that direction. So, but before we were kind of just staying out of it, being neutral and trying to keep our hands clean from all that. So, but then what happened on December 7th, 1941, the attack on Pearl Harbor is what really awoke us and propelled us into really World War II. Yes, thank you, Jonathan. That's awesome. Jonathan says that I go every year to Normandy to pay my respects to the fallen. That's awesome. That's very, very, very commendable. But yeah, it's a lot of not a good stuff that came out of that war. So that's where we get the term baby boomers from. So once the war ended, the baby boomers started happening. So that's where the term baby boomers comes from. Yeah, great stuff, one man. One man says, that is a war. Um, although a lot of people sacrifice their lives, but we stop bad things from continuing, yes. Those generations had true grit, and I couldn't imagine what it must have taken. Absolutely. Yeah, so Jonathan said, yep. Yamamoto to his captains, yep, gentlemen, unfortunately we have awoken the sleeping giant. Yep, woken the sleeping giant, so. yeah, Japan, they thought they had the upper hand. You know, and this is when, so I don't know, this is when they were attacking. They attacked Hawaii. This is before Hawaii was even a state. So remember, this is 1941. Hawaii didn't come a state till I think 1959 or something like that, in the late 50s. So Hawaii wasn't even a state yet. But nonetheless, yeah, that Japan thought, thought they had it, but clearly they were mistaken, um, from that. So, but I'm sure that those had to be some wild times back then. Like, because I mean, obviously, like the majority of us, I think in here have gone through, you know, from the outside. Well, some people from the inside, right? Like Jonathan and Coffee, but we from the outside, we've gone through the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War and how long that lasted and everything. But that just had to be World War II would have had to have been wild to go through from the out. I mean, obviously from the inside, but from the outside as well too. Just a sheer amount of nations fighting each other. Um, that would have been ridiculous to even fathom what's going on at that time. So, and then obviously we put it into all that, right, with the dropping the atomic bombs. Little boy and big boy on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. So, and that put it into that. Once Japan saw that might, they did not win a battle anymore. So, yeah, yeah, the evil Axis powers. Yeah, Russia and at the time, yeah. Well, at the time they were fighting, right? Russia and Germany, and I think Italy was the other one, I believe. So, yeah. Oh yeah, they're just 18-year-old. There's those are just 18-year-old kids. The majority of them were a lot of the men who were fighting for us over there were just they were mainly drafted in 18-year-old kids. So it's mainly what they were. Yes, I know there was especially here in the United States there was a big draft for World War II, and then obviously a big huge draft too for the Vietnam War. That was another huge one too. But they did end up changing the policies after that, and so now you don't. Now there is no conscription, which means that you have to, or that they can just pluck you out. You know, um, everything is voluntary. It's not involuntary. So, but yeah, but yeah, here in the U.S., they were drafting people like crazy, saying you got to go fight. You just finished high school, go fight. You know, you're 18, go fight. Yeah, yeah. I mean, could you imagine being 18 years old and just I think back to when I was 18, I didn't know anything about it. At 18 years old, I was like, especially on, train me on how to use a rifle, train me on how to go shoot somebody, train me on, on military exercises, train me on military things. I wouldn't have understood any of that stuff at 18 years old. I'd be like, what? But that's what happened. It's a sad reality. That is exactly what happened, though. Lots of people, unfortunately, lots of young men. Yep, same like I said, same with Vietnam too. Vietnam was another one. Yeah, so you definitely have we still have selective service here in the United States. It's just you do still have to sign up and register for it. That's mandatory of everybody of all guys. And I actually don't know if girls have. I actually don't know if girls have to register now, but I do know guys have to do that. So looks like we got Shane in here. What's up, brother? Thank you for being in here. Appreciate that. Coffee said he was 22. Okay. What's up? What's up, brother Shane? Good to see you in here. Thank you for joining. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. They can just pluck. They're just plucking people right out of high school. You know. Like I said, here in the U.S. though, we still do have the selective service where you still have to register for it. Every guy, I know every guy every man has to register for it. I'm not quite sure if girls have to register for it now, but I think maybe girls can if they want to. I can't because I do know there's before. I don't think they would even allow it. But besides that, yeah, we don't have. We got rid of the draft. We got rid of the draft here in the United States to where it's all voluntary service. They say it's involuntary, but then again, I mean, if we probably got bombed by, you know, a bunch of different countries, um, I'm pretty sure they might just say, "Hey, we need to start plucking people." So maybe that's what they would do. So yeah, I know it was always guys, and I thought I heard something like a couple years back that said that girls could start registering for it or something if they wanted to. I don't think it's mandatory like it is for guys, but I thought that there was an option for women to be able to do that. So and then there's supposed to be like a hierarchy of like how they draft and who they draft and like uh, like being a single man versus a married man with kids and how old you are and how young you are and you know it's supposed to be some like a whole line of like a whole standard operating procedure when it comes to that. So but then again, I mean, if war just breaks out, I mean, they probably, I don't know if they would abandon that and just start like again, just I don't know what they would do. Hopefully we don't ever come to that point. So hopefully that's not a point that we ever have to cross or anything. So, um, but yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that. Yes, always release it. Appreciate that, buddy. Uh, definitely don't want to keep it bottled. Definitely don't want you to keep it bottled up. So please, definitely talk it out. So for sure, yeah. But yeah, definitely, it definitely war is not pretty in either facet that you want to look at it. I mean, um, Jonathan says, "Did you guys have reserved occupation during World War II?" I'm not 100% sure what you're asking, and I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, not 100% sure if we did. If I read what you're asking correctly, I'm not 100% sure if we did or not. So I do know that we had a lot of draft dodgers. Like they were called draft dodgers, like people who dodged the draft um, and they got in serious trouble for that. People who got drafted and they never showed up, you know, to training, or they never showed up to wherever they were mandatory told to show up to. A lot of people dodged and went up to Canada. Some folks went to Mexico, but a lot of draft dodgers ended up in Canada. Lots of draft dodgers. But yeah, like I said, war is it's a necessary evil, as some call it. So, uh, again, you don't have to support the cause, right? Like I said, so some people are like, "Oh, I'm anti-war and I'm anti this," and that's fine. You can be anti-war, be what you want to be. It's your opinion. It's your prerogative. You can be whatever you want to be. But at the end of the day, um, you should always support the troops. You should always support the people. Because remember, the people are just following orders, right? Orders come down from the DoD. Uh, so, um, yeah. So again, definitely should 100% support. Um, definitely should support again the troops no matter what. So like I said again, you don't have to support the agenda. You just have to support the the um who's ever in politics, whoever is running the show. You don't have to support them or whomever, but definitely should always support the troops. Yeah, I think there were certain parameters. One man show. Um, I forget what those certain parameters were. Um, but yeah, I appreciate y'all being in here. Hopefully you guys all enjoyed tonight's stream again. Hope you guys all had a great time. I'm going to be signing off here. It's always such a great family in here. Such great conversations. Just such great stuff um, all the time. So very thankful again, obviously for all the mods. Thankful for the great fireside chats. Hopefully you guys again learned some stuff here about layers of the ocean. Some cool ocean stuff and all that. So um, when it comes to that, so um, but yeah, um, again, appreciate you all being in here. Hope you guys all enjoyed the stream. I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours, so it is 11:11 my time. So again, hope you guys all um, enjoy learning about. You guys always enjoyed about again layers of the ocean, some cool facts about the ocean, and that the ocean. Remember, the ocean is one big long body of water, right? It's one continuous body of water. There are not five oceans. There is only one ocean. We just subdivide the one big ocean into 5 smaller parts. So thank you all for being here, all the mods, um, everybody who's chimed in, everybody who's watched, everybody who's watching on YouTube, everybody's watching on Twitch, everybody's watching on Facebook, everybody's watching on Kick. You guys are all awesome. I do plan on streaming tomorrow. I will have to check. I will be checking the models. You know, obviously I check that stuff every day, but I'm looking at the models and all of the data for tomorrow. But most likely, see how it progresses. But definitely, the way it's progressing, looking right now, it will be a live stream um, regarding severe weather coverage. So please join and be sure to check that out tomorrow. That's what it is gearing towards right now. Would be a live severe weather coverage day tomorrow. So much love to all of you. Much love to all my brothers in Christ, all my sisters in Christ. Much love to all of you. Hope you all have a great Saturday night. Thank you all again for great modding, great conversations, great way to just great everything. So, Jonathan says, check out my pictures. Will do. What is that in? Is that in? Tell me what it's in, please. Did you already tell me what was in? Maybe you did. I didn't see. If you told me where they're at, I didn't see then. So let me know where I can find any of those pictures that you're talking about. Jonathan. You're welcome, Libby. You're very much welcome, Libby. Very, very welcome. Much love to all you guys. Yes. Much love to all of you guys. So I appreciate you, Brother Shane. Thank you, Brother Shane, very much. Jonathan, let me know exactly. Oh, where the train was. What? Where the train was? Did you post them somewhere that for me to see? I'm confused here. Just so I know where you posted them at. Did you post them in a Discord? Did you post them in my community? Did you post them somewhere? Just so I know, brother. So I know where to look. But yeah, again, thank you to everybody who's watching on all platforms. You guys are all awesome. You guys are all amazing. Oh, channel. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it, brother. I will take a look for sure. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Again, much love to all of you. Again, all my brothers in Christ, all my sisters in Christ, everybody, um, everybody again for joining in. Great stream. You guys always make it a successful stream all the time. Thank you to all the new members who joined during the stream. And thank you to, again, pushing me over 5,000 subs. So making way, making way quickly to 10,000 subscribers. So very good, very great stuff is happening. So very awesome stuff. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Hopefully on my stream. You know, obviously, hopefully, brother John, John McKinney, will be streaming as well. So if he does, appreciate if he have us both up, at the same time, and would highly appreciate that. So, but nonetheless, appreciate all of you. Much love again. Much love again to all of you. God bless all of you. You guys are all awesome. Have a great Saturday night. Have a great Sunday, right? Too. Hopefully, I will see all of you back here again. All of you back here again tomorrow. So, if you guys ever have any questions, reach out to me. I'm in Brother John McKinney's, Storm Pitcher John McKinney's Discord. I actually started my own Discord. I do have my own Discord server. I just have not put everything together, but I do actually have it. So I will be providing a link to that tomorrow. on my bio in YouTube on YouTube, and I'll be providing a link to here in the chat as well. So, but I do have my own Discord set up as well. So, yeah. So contact me on Discord if you need to, or if you need to email me too. On my email can be found on my bio on YouTube. So, again, you guys are awesome. You guys are what make this happen. You guys are all rock stars. So, again, highly appreciative of all you. God bless all of you. God keep you guys all safe. Again, you guys are loved by God more than what you will ever know, and more than what you currently do know. So, if you ever need any prayer, reach out to me as well, whatever you may be. Also, too. So, thank you, Libby. Thank you again, Jonathan. Thank you, Chasing. Thank you, everybody who has been here, been in and out, whatever. To all the mods, everybody else, appreciate all of you. So, but again, yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys all tomorrow. So again, you guys are all awesome. So, and like always, be brave and let the Lord